shadows, you're never alone. Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking whispers in the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison, who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping, flows of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls close in. Every sip tastes like original sin. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking whispers in the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison, who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping, flows of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls close in. Every sip tastes like original sin. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking whispers in the night. Beneath the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison? Who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth some need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping floors of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls close in. Every scene tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth some need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth some need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. It is a Friday. Great to see you guys tonight. We got some new, how can I explain this? New redacted, unsealed documents that are old documents, but they're newly unsealed and redacted. So we're going over those, and we are going to be looking at the Bethany Funk Raw interview that was done. It's up to you, whatever you guys want to do first, but please share this out. Hit the like button on your way through the door if you will. You know the rest. Hey, what's happening, folks? Welcome back. Once again, great to see you all here at the cafe. We are open for business. Come on in, find yourself a seat, a booth, a chair, a stool, the toilet spree, whatever you want to sit, wherever you want to sit, whatever you want to sit on, wherever you want to sit, whatever it is. Come on in, have a seat. We're going to be here for a minute. We got some new documents to review and an interview with Bethany to go through. I'm going to leave it up to you guys once we all get in here. What we do first, I pinned a link up there, Eddie. If you want to join me, bud, for something like this, it's up to you. If you're up to it, it's there. Um, Come on in and grab a chair, guys. Get comfortable, if you will. I appreciate you all so very much. And please, again, hit that like button. Share this out. Please and thank you. Thank you. Yes, and if you do sit on the toilet, make sure you flush. Thank you, SRB. Little public service announcement there. That's all. Come on in, guys. Grab your seat, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in and have a conversation with me. Let's see who we got in here. Tonight looks like SRBB is in the house. Mr. Dustin, welcome back, sir. Hope Norris, welcome back to you, dear. Fizzy's fizzing around in here again. Good to see ya. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Let me see. Show Eddie, of course, one made nuts in the house. Good to see you, brother. One of my favorite Aussies, Miss Angel D. Good to see you tonight, dear. Hope Norris. Let me see. In Stitches, what's up, neighbor? Good to see you. Good to have you in the house tonight. Mary Holt, welcome back to you. Brandy B, the OG's in the house. Good to see you, Brandy. Of course, Bomb Toy. Welcome back, Tomboy Charm. Good to see you, Irene Clobber. Lisa Wilson, you as well. Thank you for joining us. And the Done Ones in the house, too. Again, guys, hit that like button. Please share this out. And welcome to all these meatballs. And thank you for jumping into sauce with us tonight. We appreciate you. Lisa Winchester, good to see you as well. Good Trouble, hello, and welcome back to you. Turn that down. Thank you, SRB. As always, I appreciate you and Tomboy for communications. You guys are awesome. Let's see here. So we do have, hey, Stuart, welcome back to you. Good to see you. I hope Miss Donna saw her birthday thing yesterday. I felt so bad about that. I don't like doing that. Things like that bother me. I don't know why. Katie Batts, welcome back to you. And the megastars in the house, Miss Meg, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us so very much. I appreciate you. Always. Thank you. Welcome all to you, beautiful people. And you're all so beautiful as always. I appreciate you for joining me so very much. How about quietly bouncing on a space hopper? I have ADHD and I can't sit. You can't. Don't you ever notice how I'm moving all the time? Is that what you mean, Angel? It's okay. My ADHD is bad. My knees are always moving under the desk. My feet are bouncing constantly. Don't feel bad, Angel. You're good to go. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please. And thank you. Great to see you, Katie. Lisa Winchester. Fizzy. Boo. Boo. All right. There he is. Welcome, brother. How are you tonight?
Hey, Dago. Good to see you.
It is wonderful to see you, my friend.
You said that there is a interview
yes.
with Bethany. Wow.
Yes, we have a raw. A couple people put it out. I don't have it. I didn't get it. I wasn't able to get it. I don't know where anybody got it from, but I'm gonna. Outcast put it out. So I want you guys. We're gonna run through that. It's a raw interview with Detective Blaker or Sergeant Blaker, whatever you guys want to call him, which is not a surprise. But we're gonna review that. What we see and hear of it. And I want everybody to please, if you will, hop on over to Outcast. Tell them thank you for putting that out. Hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't over there. If we can drop his link, folks, I appreciate that very much. So we're going to review that. And then we have some unsealed redacted documents to hit, which it's Friday. I kind of thought we'd start getting them. So Plunder got it in her for okay. That makes sense. Well, I had Plunder's Patreon where I was getting all that stuff. The price went way up, and I'm like, I can't afford that kind of stuff. So unfortunately, I don't get that kind of stuff yet. One of these days, I'll get it. I will not watch Gray. I'm not a huge fan of showing other things like that somebody has gone and done, but I put it in the. You did send it to me, Meg. I got it. I thank you from Plunder. I try, if I'm not a big fan of somebody that I don't really support a lot, I'm not comfortable showing something they put out. But I support Outcast like crazy, and I want to support him. So, yeah, I would rather you guys view his and then go, give him the credit for it. So, please and thank you, because I like what he does, and I like that he's down to earth and real. So I guess I need to start looking into more FOIA stuff and see how I can get into getting more of that my own. Just some of these prices are really high, so. Let's see. All right, that'll go up here. Willie, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Like I said, I'm just more comfortable because I support him wholeheartedly. I always go over there, so on and so forth, and he supports me. You know what I'm saying? We respect each other. I think it's better, but I appreciate the ones that I have received from Plunder and things like that. I feel better and more comfortable doing it that way. Yeah, I know. I've seen clips of it, Willie. They treated her like she was 3 years old, as we'll see. But I guess we'll do the interview first. Everybody's hot for that, and we can discuss and break it down, and then we can hit those documents after the fact. Good to see you, Willie. Good to have you here. Yeah, it's not very long anyway. Leah, good to see you tonight. Red Wendy, hello and welcome. So again, guys, we did, and Wendy gifted a membership already, new name, and wow, thank you so much. Looks like it went to Tita. Congrats, Tita. Welcome to the sauce, and thank you so much, Wendy. That was so very generous of you. God bless. Very generous. Yeah, I won't even touch anything that belongs to her after what she's done. I'm sorry. Good to see you, Moonlit. Good to see you. I'm not at all supportive of that woman. I'm sorry. She's done some really bad things out there, so I cannot support that. Sorry. I didn't even know she was still out here, to be honest with you. I haven't seen anything from her, but then again, I don't get anything in my feed. Witchy, welcome back to you. Samira Dalby, good to see you tonight. Fizzy's fizzing around, like I said. Miss Leah Story, always happy to see you. You guys behave in here. We don't want witchy putting no spells on you. Noni McBoppins, wonderful to see you, ma'am. Thank you for being here tonight. Samira Davi, I just said that. Willie Willard's in the house tonight. No, she's done some bad. She did some ignorant shit. I just can't do it. I can't get past that one. So, and it was okay to her. So there's the problem. You know what I mean? We can't do that. So Zab did some bad stuff in the past, Moonlight, that you probably wouldn't be happy if you found out. Hemisphere, what's going on, brother? Legendary CEO, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Yeah, Zav, Meg. Circus Music, hello. Welcome back to you. Circus says, I think Embry has the right Jack Showalter neighbor with the blood in apartment, and the father who had bad injuries passed away November 19th at 22 under his membership. Oh, okay. Talk about Pav. Oh, interesting, Circus. Thanks. I love when you guys drop info in here. It always helps, guys. Yeah, guys, I'm not telling anybody who to watch. I never have done that. I never will, but just be careful with what you do over there at that Zab girl place. I just don't understand. Some people just don't seem to care. Hold on one second, folks. All right, all right. There you go, Witchy. There you go. Yeah, it was in relation to some photographs, folks, that should never have been out. She put it behind a paywall and thought that made it okay. And they were children. So I've never supported something like that, and I can't. And anybody that does, just that's what my issue was. So, but again, I will never tell anybody who to watch, what to do. You make your own justifications based on your knowledge. That's my best way to put it, folks. Annie did it too. Yes, busy, and I refuse to support her as well. Cat K's in the house. Our own little Cat K. Such a sweet little voice she has too. Jeez, you sound so tiny when you talk. It's hilarious. I didn't realize that till yesterday. But welcome, Cat. We love having you here. Let's see, Miss Charlene 101. And of course, guys, we got lucky enough to get Edward up here with us tonight. Grateful and wonderful to have you back, brother. So I don't loving like I feel like naked or something when you're not up here with me. When we break these things down, I feel like I'm missing something. I know that sounds weird, but
that's funny.
It's just true.
Well, this will be a real-time reaction and an authentic reaction to this interview because I have not seen it yet.
Good. That's good. Actually, to be honest with you, I only saw clips. So yeah, it'll be for both of us. We can both react and bounce off each other then, because I didn't see it from beginning to end. I just saw pieces and parts of it. And one part I saw, it looked like they were treating her like she was 3, the way they were talking to her. You know, I get the sensitivity towards the situation, but come on, at some point, whatever. Miss Nothing Half-Assed. Oh yeah, she's got a tiny little voice, guys. It's cute. I don't know what you sound like, Meg. I've not got yet to spoke to you yet, but one day. Yes, pay close attention to. So this will be great. So we're gonna do that first, guys. We're gonna break down and review the interview, and then we're gonna go through these specific documents. There's not a whole ton of them. And a couple of them I didn't even get to. I tried to open them up and they were errored and things like that. I think a couple of them are photographs, but most of what we got, there's enough for us to look into for sure. All right. Yeah, from a lot of people I'm seeing are making statements that this interview is highly irritating, that they basically treated her like she was a child. We'll see what we got. Yeah, You guys know how that stuff works. We also got to remember one important thing. They knew a lot more than everybody thinks they knew. That's important. Again, welcome back, everybody, to Dago After Dark, as I call it. It's not really late night because it's still somewhat early, but anything I don't do in the mornings and early afternoons is late night or Dago After Dark, I call it. So, nothing half-assed. Wonderful to see you tonight. And please put her link in here too, guys. I want you guys to go check out and subscribe to her channel if you have not done it. Freeze and Frank you. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Circus Music, I saw you. You ain't lying, bud. It is definitely. Oh, I caught some of that hemisphere. Yeah, I was already calling him more names today, so don't feel bad. Must be the money. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Wendy. I know what you mean. I was surprised they did. I thought they like banned her from here, period. But she just got quiet. She wasn't nowhere near as loud as she used to be. Yeah, that's what she did right there. If you guys are familiar with that case, Gannon Stout, she put he was a little guy, autopsy photos behind a paywall. I was like, no. You can ask I blew up. You can ask the mods that were here with me back then. I was like, no way. Something's wrong with you to do something like that. And you're making money off of doing that too. Like, come on. Like, no, at any rate. There's a difference between getting paid from YouTube to do what we do here and maybe getting some tips and donations and stuff. But to do something like that, specifically getting paid for that, that's not right. So yeah, that was oof. I don't think they did. Yeah, I've gathered that recently, and that's why I stopped with that other stuff too. Good trouble with plunder. So I prefer. That's another reason why I preferred Outcast too. Miss Lacey, good to see you tonight. Great to have you here. Like I said, guys, I'm not telling you who to watch, who to support. Just make your own decisions based on your own knowledge. My reasons are my reasons. That's all. I'm not perfect by any means, and I'm not your offender. That's funny, legendary. But I try to stay within the means of the rails of morality. Just saying. Micro Blue. Good to see you. All right, I'm going to wait just a minute or so to let everybody that's pop in here real quick. That way nobody misses it. And we'll up and moving. Again, Sergeant Blaker interviews Bethany Funk. I believe this is dated 11/13/22. This was at 1:47 p.m. I think. I can't imagine it being 1:47 in the morning. So
no, Nikki stopped me.
But you are very pleasant and polite. Well, thank you very much. And I try very much. I appreciate that. By the way, Lucy's not here. I was going to tell her thank you for the stuff she sent me. Very much appreciated. I wish Docket was able to be here for this too. He's got some good insight into these things. Twiz is in the house. I thought I saw Twiz somewhere. Miss Taylor, welcome to you. Is Twiz here? Princess Griftis, welcome back. I swear I saw him. My eyes mess with me sometimes. Mama D, welcome back, Mama D. There he is. He is here. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Again, guys, the link's pinned to the top of the chat. If any one of you guys wants to pop up here with me, you're welcome to as we discuss these things we're going through. First thing we're doing, though, is we're reviewing this interview, discussing what we believe, what we think of it after the fact, and so on and so forth. And if we catch anything within it, we're going to make sure we break that down as well. Do your thing, legend. Do your thing. Just make sure you show your face in the background for 3 seconds if you would. just to make sure you're not showing your face, not your waist in June 2032. You're a smart ass, bro. I swear to God. Swear to God. Dude is a comedian, but it's funny. I knew he was going to say something like that. All right, guys. Let's see. We got 108 peeps in the house, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button. Let's get this thing moving. Let me know if there's any issues with audio or anything when we get going.
First and foremost, if you could just take a deep breath for me.
All right. Also, I'm going to throw the captions on because some of this might be hard to hear. That way we can make sure we're getting word for word what we need. Here we go.
I understand this is stressful, okay? All I want to do is try and get an idea of what you heard, what you saw, and any timeline, any information that you can give us so that we can try and figure out what happened, okay? So just take a deep breath for me. I know this isn't going to be easy. We'll kind of go from there, okay? Can I get your name? What's your first name? What's your middle initial? And your last name? And your date of birth?
Miss Beautiful, Miss Tandy, good to see you tonight. Thanks for being here.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
He says it's not going to be easy. That's kind of a defeatist attitude, wouldn't you say?
You think so? Yeah.
It should be easy. You're here to tell me what you know.
Right. He's probably
Straightforward.
referring to the situation that she has been through per se, I'm guessing, but I agree with you. That's a statement, an interesting statement.
No, because everything, you got to understand where everything said, where's that coming from? You know, There's a place where it's coming from.
Of course. Not him. He didn't invent. Agreed. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. RC3, good to see you. Yes, sir.
Because we're not going to get, no matter what, through all this discovery that's redacted and, whatever they're going to show us and, stuff like this interview, we're not going to get it. We got to look at these things. Everything
You're
that's
right.
slightly.
That's why last night after I went through that whole thing yesterday, Eddie, I was just flabbergasted and blown away reading through that. I think you were here for some of it, maybe last night. You were during the day when I did the first part of it. The sealed hearing that we we never got to see January 23rd. It was the transcript from it, and it basically told its own story at that point. And I blew up a little bit last night and said it, like this was never supposed to happen. Nothing was ever supposed to come from this of any kind of nothing. This is it. This is the way they wanted this to happen. In my opinion, now, the way I see this, like you've always said, and I told them, I don't think you were in there last night, but Eddie called this almost from day one, that exactly how this was going to play out. And it did, step by step, 100%, down to right now where we're at. It's played out 100%. It never went to trial. It was never supposed to. The investigation itself, the leak investigation, is null and void in my opinion. I don't think it even existed, but they have to make things look good because people are going to question it. And, oh, yeah, it's going on. And then somewhere down the line, they're going to come out and say, oh, it was something stupid. And we're just to accept it and move on. Like I said. So seeing what I saw in the statements that were made from the experts, quote unquote, that were not experts, it just blew it up for me. And I'm like, this was never going to happen. Never. I don't care. The show they put on was real grand. They made the whole world believe this was going to go to a trial and it was going to be a fair trial. And they moved from county to county and did this and did that. And oh my God, Brian had no chance, period. No way. So you are absolutely right. We need to see and hear every little thing, pick everything apart for sure.
Yeah. already it's like I feel like it's setting this thing up. Let's hope I'm wrong, but it already feels like theater. But I'm sure I'm wrong. Let's get into it further and see if
Well, let's remember
I'm misguided here by what I'm seeing already.
I have a doubt that you are, but remember the first statement we saw her say when she goes to do her first statement at the scene. Do I get to go home for Thanksgiving? That was the first thing she's worried about. Remember that, okay?
And you live there at 1122 King Road?
Yep.
What's the phone number for you?
There's my Lucy. Thank you so much, Lucy, for the stuff you sent me. I appreciate it. I didn't get to thank you yet. I'm grateful to see you here, by the way. Thank you for joining us. Wade Bird, Miss Tandy, RC3. I know I saw somebody else popping. I don't want to miss you guys. I want to make sure I've seen ya. I think that was it. Of course, Twiz, I seen you, bro. I think I got everybody. Again, thank you guys for joining us.
And what state you're in, Nevada?
Nevada.
Nevada. Do you have your phone here with you? Okay. So what we're going to be doing is taking people's phones for a little while. We're going to try and, so because I don't know if you called anyone or made any phone calls or anything like that. What we do in an investigation like this is we try and collect as much information as we can. Okay. Anything that might be small, you may not think is important for us.
Yeah, I was going to ask that too, Twiz. That's so dumb to me. We know who she is. I mean, it says who she is. It's out there. It's obviously been FOIA'd. So they're giving it to you based on her name. So why do you blacken her face out? That's so dumb to me. Why they did it with any of them in the statements at the crime scene was stupid to me too. We know who they are. You're not hiding or protecting anybody. Stop. This is Bethany Funk. Legendary. You knew that. D. Smith, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. It is ridiculous, in my opinion, but hey, let them do their thing. Got to play their show.
Find out what happened, but is very crucial. So taking something off your phone might be extremely useful for us, even if it's something that you don't realize, okay? And we'll try to get that phone back to you as fast as we can. Okay? Is that okay with you? Okay.
Are you okay? We're going to get your phone back to you as soon as we can. We're going to make it so fast. What? Right off the get. Okay. You don't even know that this girl could be a suspect in this case. Absolutely. Okay. Now I'm sorry. I'm not heartless. I'm not trying to be mean.
It is.
Means you guys know I'm not like that. Okay. But this right here, I've seen. Okay. If that was me or Eddie or Willie or anybody sitting there, are you serious? Give me your damn phone and don't worry about when you're going to get it back. You're going to answer my questions. I'm in charge here, not you. Just saying, it's kind of crazy. It's crazy.
How many boxes does it tick? She's a suspect according to the box of one of the last persons to see the victim alive, resides in the same house as the victim, was in the same house at the time of the homicide, was the 911 caller.
Allegedly.
Right. I mean, just about every box is ticked.
Right. And like I said, guys, I'm not trying to be mean. Don't take me the wrong way, but it seems a little bit, I don't know how to explain it. Just, I'll let it play.
So, this is your phone here?
Yeah, can I tell my mom?
That's fine. That's your phone number. Yep. And then what I'm going to need is your passcode from your phone, or here between the two of us, we could even turn off your passcode, okay?
Was she Miranda? Was she read her Miranda rights?
How do you take a photo? Oh.
your past?
I just don't know my.
Okay. What is your past?
Dago, you might be muted.
And what type of...
I'm sorry, did you say something?
Yeah, I said you might be muted. And before that, I said, was she Mirandized?
I'm sure. Well, they didn't show it here, so I don't know. That's a good question, though. I imagine she should have been. They may have done that at the scene still. You know what I mean? Although, no, wait a minute.
No,
because
you
when
got
we
to
watch-
get it on the. You got to
on
get
this
it
record.
on.
It's got to be on this record. You're right.
Yeah.
And truly, I didn't see any Mirandizing done in those statements taken from Nunez's camera either. So,
Because even if they did it there, they would have done it again here. That's just like procedural.
Yeah, it has to be on every record that they do. That's right. So, and yeah, I agree. She definitely seems more emotional and more upset here than she did at the scene. That's something I agree with. Fettuccine, welcome. But yeah, even though she's not under arrest, they still have to give advise her of Miranda because of what she may say that could incriminate herself in some aspect because of the situation without having an attorney present. That's just how they have to do it. So I think that's why she was probably asking about talking to her mom. Yeah, and
that's a complicated thing, what you just said there, because we're oftentimes when we're discussing this case, we're using what we already know as of this date, this current date today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he doesn't know that she's not under arrest yet. In a real world, in his mind, that is the culprit.
Okay, yeah. With the two that were the two surviving roommates, as they were called, that were found at the scene when this went down, were both taken to the station separately, and they did different interrogations or interviews with whatever you want to call it. They should know the way things are supposed to be done, but anybody that sits down and talks to a police officer that has been, from my understanding, if I'm wrong, somebody correct me, please. But I'm pretty sure, because of the things we've done and I've seen and I've read about, I'm pretty sure that anybody that sits down and does an interview with a police officer in regards to a situation that they were involved in, murder, crime of any sort, there is a Mirandizing that's done to inform them of their rights before they speak to anybody. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I know that she's not being looked at it seems to be that she's not being looked at as a suspect at this point, but they all should be. That's the point we were making, folks, before, is that anybody that was at that scene when Nunez arrived, period, like he said, nobody's leaving, blah, blah, blah. Every person there should be separated, swabbed, and interrogated separately and looked at as a suspect until they make that not what it is. Okay? So, and this again, obviously, the first statement was made at the scene. This is the first interview, so on and so forth. In case anybody didn't know that.
And I don't want to linger on this point too much, but I mean, how could they not have been arrested? Like, she's going to give the phone now, and the phone's going to show that they were, busy, away.
Text and all that, yeah.
Her statement is not going to jive with what the phone data proves.
Right.
Right?
Agreed.
Something is off already in this.
Yeah, they definitely.
Can you all see it?
They don't look at him that way at all. Aquarian, welcome.
Moving forward.
Yeah, SRB is probably right. I've always thought that they did that, but that's my. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, 100%. Welcome, Joan.
social media, do you have like Facebook?
There you go. What are we blurring out now, I wonder?
I have no idea. Is it a laptop or is it I don't know.
I mean, is she smiling or what? I mean, why can't we see her face?
I have no idea. No idea. They did it at the scene too. I don't
We
know.
won't be able to see. Maybe not smiling. Maybe.
Well,
Who knows? Who
I
can
think
tell?
it might be.
But there's no tears to go along with the crying. I can almost assure you of that.
Yeah, and I think this was probably blurred in the beginning. Well, no, maybe not. I don't know why they did that. I can't get a grip on that truly. But okay, they're showing her social media, I guess. So they're making sure that that's not able to be seen. Good to see you, Kelly. We always miss you when you're not here.
Do you have any other social media type sites?
Gotcha, busy. Thank you. Well, that was the answer. Good to see you, Meanie.
Dago, quick question.
Yep.
Okay, everyone put your mindset. This is like real world. Okay, there has been a quadruple homicide, a stabbing, and they're interviewing the real perpetrator in this interview. Okay, and the detective says, "Is it okay if we get your phone?" Like he just did here. Now keep in mind, in this mindset, he's talking to the real person who did this thing. And the real person says, "No, that's not okay if you get my phone. And I want a lawyer. And I don't want you to have my phone until my lawyer gives it to you." Okay? So let me ask you, from that moment forward, what's going to happen? In other words, detective says, "Okay, you made it. That's a good point. We'll see you in, whenever that time is, that day or whatever."
They stopped talking to her, right?
But the phone, think of that. Like, okay, so if that's the real perpetrator, I'm going to go home, the perpetrator's going to go home with the phone, take the, 8-pound mallet and destroy it, right? And say, "Whoops, I don't know what happened to it."
Yeah, they would take the phone. And
I fell down it was in my pants pocket. I fell down and there it was, all smashed up. And sorry. I mean, no. They're going to have to get a warrant for that phone.
Of course.
So wouldn't they have to have, my point being, don't they need a warrant for her phone right now?
Yeah. I mean, if she's giving it, here's the thing though. They always try this first. They will ask you, "Can I see your phone? Can we do this? Can we do that?" And if the person says yeah, then they don't need a warrant. If the person says no, then yes, they absolutely need a warrant.
Are you sure about that?
Well, I was going to say though, I think with a cell phone though, I think I'm going to look it up because I think you still have to have a warrant, even with their permission, to look up that stuff. I think.
I would think so.
But she did give it willingly. That's fact. So I still think you need a warrant in that aspect, which they probably won't. They'll get a warrant.
But in this mindset, this is the real perpetrator, right? This thought experiment. Because what happens is like, "Well, can I please have your phone?" "No, you cannot." "Well, give it to me anyway." "Well, I'm not giving it up until my lawyer," and who knows what day that's going to be.
Right.
"No, you must give it to me right now." Right? So, upon threat of me getting another large detective in this room, and we'll pull it away from your hand. We're going to get it from you right now. All right, here you go. It's yours if under threat of duress and physical harm. So once that guilty person gets an attorney and that phone was seized without a warrant, that's trouble for the process of
Oh yeah, of course.
I don't know. I'm just
If it
thinking
ever
out loud.
came back, if it ever came back, she did give it willingly, but at the same time, because it's a cell phone, I think there still has to be a warrant to go through it. Now,
Right.
if it ever came back down the road 6 months, a year, where they tried to charge her for something and they took her phone, then she could use that to get out of her charges. Period. So
I don't know. I guess my point is, it just seems off to me like, can I please have your phone?
yeah,
who's in
they're
charge of the
handling them with
room
kid
right
gloves.
now?
That they're handling them with kid gloves because of the experience, I'm guessing. So I get it.
Or it could be something else.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Hey, Mayhem, good to see you. Yeah, it could be. Definitely could be.
Sorry, just thinking out loud.
No, you're good. You're good. That's what it's all about, brother. I don't like how much they've redacted.
Those the big ones?
Yeah.
Alright. So we're going to kind of go back and try and get a little bit of a timeline, okay? So what did you guys do last night? More specifically, if you were by yourself and not with that group, what is
Ethan was in the house, so was Anna.
So you were with
One of them is my roommates, and one of them is her boyfriend.
Okay. So you were with Ethan
And Xana.
Xana? Can you spell that for me?
Xany. Or ANA, sorry.
X-A-N-A. Okay. Okay. So I'm just trying to. Sometimes it helps me put names together. So you were with Ethan and Xana last night.
Yeah.
And do you know Ethan's last name?
G-Man. I don't know how to spell it.
That's fine. And Xana's last name?
Kernidle.
Do you know how to spell it?
I think it's K-E-R-N-O. Maybe another O-D-L-E or something like that.
Okay. Okay, so you're within the same. What time did you guys get to you guys also?
Welcome, midnight.
8 something. Maybe 8:30.
Welcome, Kim. Good to see you, dear.
So 8:30 p.m.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And prior to that, were you guys just at your house? Okay, so you left from your house.
Ethan was that formal because he went with his sister because she didn't have a date, and then we were just hanging out at our house, and then he came over and we all walked over together.
Okay, so that was you, Ethan, Xana. Was there another person with you, or just the three of you that walked
Maddie
over?
walked over with us.
Okay, and that's
Logan.
Logan.
Mm-hmm.
Is it M-A-D-D-I-E?
Her real name is Madison, though, I believe.
Okay.
That's new. Never heard before that Madison walked over there with them to that. But okay, it's small, but it's new. Just for anybody taking notes.
So you guys all walked over to. You were there about 8:30. Okay. Were you guys all pretty much together, or just kind of mingling throughout the house most of the night?
We were all pretty much together, and then Maddie left to go to the club with Kaylee. And then I was with Ethan and Xana most of the night, but then one of my friends came
you spell it for me? Okay. And his last name?
I don't know how to pronounce it, and her full name is bigger than that.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have a phone number for her?
Yeah.
It's in your phone. Okay, we can get that. Okay, so you were with, and at that point, Ethan and Anna were just kind of hanging out still at the house? Okay.
And then I went to our other friend's house.
Okay. What time was that at?
I don't know, maybe like 12-ish. But that could be wrong.
No, it's fine.
Pause it. Dangle. So, did
Yeah.
she just say that after that I was at my other friend's house?
I'm gonna back it up because it's hard to hear and it's not playing out the right words. I wasn't sure what that said. Good to see you, Moonbreaker. That's why everybody's like, we gotta listen close because it's hard to hear sometimes. So, Aquarian, good to see you. So I'm gonna pull that back just a little bit, guys, because I guess I misunderstood it from before. If we heard before, I never heard, I'm saying that, or remember reading that Madison walked over with them to where they went. It was just Bethany and those two that were there. I didn't know Maddie went. And then Maddie left and she went to the corner club with Kaylee. So I didn't catch that if I had read it before. I'm sorry, you guys. That was new for me. And then she said she hung out with them for a while until her friend, whoever it is, showed up. And then she hung out with that girl that night. So that's the next part is, yeah, I don't know for sure. Let me back it up.
So before you play it, you just said reading. What
reports?
Am I missing another thing?
The reports that were put out.
Okay.
And I don't remember going through one.
This is on a report. This transcript is on a report. Is that right?
I imagine it has to be somewhere. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you just said it. Is that what you were reading? Is the transcript of this?
I like I said, I don't remember because I don't remember going through one. Is what I'm saying with Bethany for sure. It's hard to tell with some of the stuff with ISP because they really redacted those hard. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yep. Okay.
I thought I possibly did do one that was Bethany's, but then there was a couple things in it that made me think otherwise. So that's why I wasn't sure. It could have. There was a lot of them too. All right.
Yeah.
I backed it up, guys. Oh, yeah, no problem, bud.
You were there about 8:30. Okay. Were you guys all pretty much together, or just kind of mingling throughout the house most of the night?
We were all pretty much together, and then Maddie left to go to the club with Kaylee. And then I was with Ethan and Santa most of the night, but then one of my friends came. Her name is Steve, and I hung out with her the rest of the night.
Okay. And who was that?
Her name's Yes.
Can you spell it for me?
Hey, thank you, Kiki, and we'll be here.
Okay. And his last name?
I don't know how to pronounce it, and her full name is bigger than that.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have a phone number for her?
Yeah.
It's in your phone. Okay, we can get that. Okay, so you were with, and at that point, Ethan and Anna were just kind of hanging out still at the house? Okay.
And then I went to our other friend's house.
Okay. What time was that at?
Okay, so she went with that friend that showed up whose name was bigger than that to their other friend's house is what you said, bud.
Okay.
All right. I didn't know if you got it.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe like 12-ish. But that could be wrong.
No, it's fine. And where's that house at?
It's just like up the street. I don't know that address.
Okay, up the street from...
Sigma Chi.
Okay.
Kind of.
So you guys are at Sigma Chi, so you're walking back.
All right. So if anybody doesn't get this, she went with Santa, Ethan, and Maddie. They walked over to the Sigma Chi house. At about 8:30 that night, Ethan had already gone to the formal for Maisie, and they hung out most of the night there. And then her friend with the large name, she says it's bigger than that, showed up. She hung around with her, and then those two left and went to another friend's house that's right up the road from the Sigma Chi house.
Right. Who he hasn't asked the name of that person yet.
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Just making sure everybody's on track with what they're saying because it's a little jumbled and hard to catch. So
Towards.
We're walking back towards my house, and then we up this way.
So like when you got to Taylor Street, you went up? So if you walked all the way from Sigma News.
Or
Sigma Tech, sorry.
yeah. You know the apartments, the whites?
Yep, I know the whites.
It's like that straight, that way.
So on Taylor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you know roughly where on Taylor? Or does she live maybe in one of the other off streets?
It's on Taylor, but it's like one of the end houses by the intersection. I don't know how to explain it.
All right. Okay. And whose house is it that you went to?
It's, and I don't know their other roommate.
And okay. All right. So you and you're at this house. How long were you here?
Maybe like 40 minutes.
Okay.
And then I left by myself and went back to my house.
So you walked home maybe around 1-ish?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you see when you got home?
We're sitting on the couch watching Vampire Diaries. No one else was home yet.
Okay. And is another roommate or what's last name?
She's in that room.
Oh, okay. And
Pause it, Dave.
she don't remember her last name right now.
that's fine.
So from this other friend's house, she walks home by herself at what? Around 1 o'clock?
think she said, I'll back it up to catch the time, but she said she spent 40 minutes there. She left the frat house and went to that friend's house around 12-ish, and then stayed there about 40 minutes. Give it 12:45, maybe 1 o'clock, and walked home and walked in, and Dylan and whoever that other person is, LM, were watching Vampire Diaries. But I don't know if she says that here yet or not. But
Okay. Yeah. I don't think, unless chat wants to back up, I don't think you have to back up. I think we got.
okay. Just making sure everybody's getting every bit. I don't know how many people are to note taking. I am, and I know you are, but I didn't know if anybody else was. She does. Okay, cool. Thank you, Meg.
I thought she said she got home and then she found herself home by herself. Or did I just mishear?
No. She says that they were sitting on the couch watching Vampire Diaries. So,
Okay. Thank you.
yes, sir.
And is live with you guys too, or just
Just
visit?
a friend.
Okay.
And then she left.
Do you know what time she left at?
No.
But you were all watching.
Vampire Diaries.
Okay. And anything happened during that time period?
We were just hanging out.
Okay. Do you know who else was in the house at that time?
No one.
No one? Just the three of you? Okay. So, let's go a little bit more then. What happened next?
Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club. Left.
Maddie and who?
Kaylee.
Kaylee? Okay. And they got home from the club. You know what time that might have been?
I think I told one of the cops that was talking to me at the house, like, better times.
It's okay.
I don't really remember right now. Maybe like
Okay.
2 something, 1.
So if you got home around 1, that would have put them
Like
getting home.
1:45, 2, something like that.
So near bar break, if you had to guess.
What?
Like near bar break.
What does that mean?
Bars normally close at 2 o'clock here.
Oh, yeah. They went to Grub Truck after, so I
Okay.
don't know.
Okay. What'd you do after that, after Maddie and Kaylee got home?
We all hung out in Kaylee's room for a little. And then talked, and then Maddie and I took Murphy out to pee, the dog. And then I said I was going to go to bed because I was tired. And she said she was going to go to bed too. And then I went to my room. I was going to sleep. And she came and knocked and asked if I had Murphy. And I said no. And then I went to bed.
Okay. So what time did you think you took Murphy out?
Like 3 to 30.
2:30 to 3?
Yeah.
Okay. And where do you normally take Murphy to go to the bathroom?
Just the back door. Kitchen.
So which one is 1122? So if I'm coming up King Road off of Taylor,
It's the big white house.
all the way to the very top on the right?
Well, it's technically on Queen, but the address is King.
Okay. So is it the one that's tucked back as you're going up to 500 Clean Road? Those big apartments? It's kind of tucked back just a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you normally go out the back deck then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I know how to gesture it then. Okay. So you go there.
Pause it.
How do you take the dog out?
Okay, so we just established that that's where they take the dog outside, is they use the back deck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And I kind of was thinking that because if you look on that back deck, there's a dog bed and I think 2 of them. There's a lot of like dog feces up there in the beds. And I think
I don't mean the deck. I mean, when
you're
when
talking
he
about the
says
patio in the back.
patio.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I was saying. I didn't know if you meant that one or the other one, but it could have been either one to me.
He's saying when he says the back deck, that's the slider that goes to the patio.
Gotcha. Yeah. Not the upstairs deck. Okay. I was just making sure what you were saying because I thought it was outside on the patio too, but I didn't know if you were going the other direction. So no problem. So they went out through the backyard off the patio and took him out in the back there, which if you reference everything we've heard and read, there was a lot of talk about Murphy running off into that tree line, not coming back when called stuff. So that would make sense as to where they always take him. There we go. All right. Making sure I have that right. All right. Welcome, Wellington. Good to see you. And it's between 2:30 and 3 o'clock that they did that, she said.
Wouldn't you just clip the dog on the, there's going to be a lead that's tied to one of the deck poles? I mean, if this is a common, because who wants to go chasing a dog? You want to go to bed at 2 a.m. and you want to spend 45 minutes looking for a dog. If that's ever happened, I mean, wouldn't you just clip it and then let him do his thing?
Some people walk their dogs too. I'm not sure, but if that's the case, where did they walk him? Did they stay in that backyard? Did they walk around through there, around the house, around front, back in the back? But yeah, that's normally, we like with our dogs, we have a lead in the back that we put them out on sometimes too, especially that time of night. If it's cold, put him out, let him do his business, let him come back in. But some people do things different, I guess. Am I hearing wrong? I thought she just said, she said 2. At first I thought she said 3:30. Yes. But then it popped up on screen and back up and they said 2:30 to 3. But it's weird because there were no paw prints in the backyard, like SRB just said, because I remember we looked at that. So I don't know. Interesting. On we go.
And then, how long do you think that took?
I was out there for maybe like 10 seconds.
Okay. Okay. So then you both come back in. So you and Maddie both
I
come
came
back
in
in
before she did.
Okay. Did Maddie still have the dog then?
Yes, I think so.
So you went out for a little bit, came back in. Do you know what time Maddie came back in?
Mm-hmm.
And you went straight to bed when you came back in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How long after you went to bed do you think Maddie came in?
Actually, I came in, grabbed some chips, went to my room, and watched the show for a little, and then I went to bed.
What were you watching?
It's called Baby Daddy.
Okay. How long do you think you watched it?
Maybe like 30 minutes.
So one episode maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like a half.
Okay. And did Maddie come in during that show or after?
She just knocked on my door, I think, during and asked if I had Murphy, and I said no.
Okay. Then what happened after that?
I just went to bed, and then I woke up and I was like half asleep, and I thought I saw like a firework or something, like it just sparkled like under my door, and I thought I heard like something kind of fall, and then Murphy barked, and I thought people were just making like food, like, and Ethan was here or something and knocked something over because he's usually loud in the kitchen upstairs.
Okay. So what do you mean by you heard a firework?
It sounded like a little firework, and then there was like a spark. I went by my, like, I'm on the bottom floor,
Okay.
so it kind of looked like it came down there, but I don't know.
And so is Murphy your dog?
Kaylee's dog.
Kaylee's dog?
Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend's dog.
Okay. So you heard Murphy bark right after you heard what you thought was a firecracker?
Yeah, something like that, but he like, I don't know, dogs bark at random things. And sometimes when he's happy, he'll bark.
Okay. It didn't sound like an angry growl or anything like that, just a bark?
I don't really know. I was like half asleep.
Okay.
It just sounded like bark.
So hear the firework, kind of see a spark underneath the door. Murphy barks. What'd you hear after that?
Pretty much nothing.
Nothing.
That's it.
Okay. And you thought maybe someone was just in the kitchen at that point?
Yeah, just like someone accidentally fell into the table or something.
Okay.
And she was like with Murphy,
Do you know about what time that might have been? Do you have any
like
idea?
4 or something. I tried to call all of them at like 4:20ish around that time, and no one was answering. I thought they just went to bed or something.
Okay. What happened after that?
And then she called me, and she said she thinks she saw someone. And I didn't know, like, really what to think of it, because sometimes we think we hear things a lot in the house, but it's usually just Ethan walking around. But she came, I told her to come in my room, and she could sleep with me, and we could lock the door, and just stay in there just in case if there was anything, and that's all I know. And then I fell back asleep.
You didn't hear anything else?
Mm-mm.
No one else talking?
Didn't hear something.
Did you make it to your room then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time do you think she got in your room?
Around like 4:20, 4:30.
Okay, about the same time.
Yeah.
Where's her room located to yours?
I'm the only one on the bottom floor, right by the front door.
Okay.
And then you go up the stairs, and it's Xana's room, and
Deposit bagel.
kitchen, and then upstairs is.
So, how do you both fall asleep at the same time?
They didn't. Do you know that they didn't?
I
Nobody
know.
did. Nobody did. Yeah, they just passed
But
out.
he's not asking her that. See,
No. He's not really digging. He's just taking the surface.
so
you
he's
know.
got a quadruple stabbing on his hands, and then there's fireworks, there's dog barking, there's something fell on the floor,
Right.
and the second floor above her. And then what'd you do? Pretty much nothing. And then Dylan called, and then I told her to come down to my room just in case, it was anything. And then we both fell asleep. We just zonked out at the same time.
Right.
'Cause that's how that. You didn't say anything to each other.
You didn't talk about what just happened. You didn't talk about why Dylan came down there. You didn't like that. We know that's not true because we know they talked about it in their text messages. And then she didn't talk about all that, that they texted back and forth for 7 minutes or whatever it was. And then they just fell asleep. We know they didn't go to sleep. So there's a lie right there. Okay. They were both up all night long. So, okay. Why are we telling the police officer that we fell asleep then? That's where it starts to be, in my opinion. This is where they start that cover up side to things.
Right.
Whatever they're hiding.
Yeah, because now there is reason to arrest.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite, but we're almost there in real life.
Yeah, and she makes notice of something also, just in case anybody didn't catch it, of something happening, which she declares to be what she believes in the kitchen. So there's that too. She hears the noise in the kitchen, but for where her bedroom is, I mean, I guess she could know where the kitchen is from being downstairs and hearing shit, repeatedly day after day. But I'm guessing that's just her guesses where she thinks that happened. But it's possible because I think a lot of us believe something did go down in the kitchen. Anyway, just to make notice that was stated so nobody misses that. Yeah, that right there is where she just shuts off, I think, and says, well, then we just went to sleep, like you noticed, or like you said, at the same time, we're done. We went to sleep, and then that's it. I'm curious to see where we go from there, but still.
Horsing around. Would I arrest her? No. And the reason is because she has nothing to do with this. And she's telling the script that she's been taught, and she knows that. And this detective, Blaker, he knows that. That's my point.
Right. On we go. Yeah, right, Willie. Why is she? Well, hopefully one day we'll figure that one out. But obviously, it's they're afraid of, or, well, okay. There's many angles you can look at as to why she's not telling the truth. One, you can say that she's afraid of something if she does tell the truth. Two, she was told not to tell the truth. Three, this is obviously all part of the situation. And I still feel, listen, understand something with this. I have more issues with Dylan than I have with Bethany. I'm not saying I'm alleviating Bethany from the situation, but Bethany seemed to alleviate herself from the situation. From what I visually saw, she had, in a sense, separated herself from Dylan after this situation, which seemed weird to me. I could be reading into it possibly and just seeing it because of the situation, but I don't think I am. So, and again, they weren't sleeping. But out of the whole situation, Twiz just said it. Yeah, she's the weakest link. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. I don't think Bethany is on board for anything that may have gone down. I don't think Bethany was comfortable with the situation. And Bethany didn't want to be involved in a situation of whatever this was, if it is. But she knows she had to be, okay, at that aspect. So, yeah, and there should be another police officer in there too. I agree with Wellington on that one. There should be two of them, but it is what it is.
She's not lawyered up right now because this is the part of the interview of her, however many series of interviews or whatever. This is the one where she can't be lawyered up in order for this thing to work.
I don't think they did. I don't know how many interviews they did with her. I know they did multiple with Dylan, but I don't know how many they did with Bethany. That's a question I actually have.
She's like doing her part, so to speak, right now. They need her to get this on the record. She understands that. She's getting it on the record. They know it's all nonsense, but they need this on that record for it to work. And
100%.
Again, who investigates the investigator? I'm not too concerned about her. I mean, if she knows anything, it's like, why go after the lowest rung on the totem pole, right? Like if you have a conspiracy, like someone hires another one to off their spouse or whatever, do you go after the one, the muscle, the one that did the murder, or do you go after the one that hired?
That created it. Right. No, I know what you're saying. Yeah. You go for the leader of the situation, the person that's in charge of the situation.
That analogy. I'm not saying that the police hired this, but they know they know everything. Rest assured. There's nothing that they don't know about this.
Welcome, Ro. On we go.
Okay. And where's the job?
Right by the kitchen.
Right by the kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did she say anything to you when she got into the room?
She said she thought she saw a man, but I didn't know what to think of it. I was like, still half asleep, and I was like, I didn't know what to do. Okay. It didn't sound like I didn't hear screams, I didn't hear anything. So I didn't really know.
Okay. And obviously she didn't say anything more than she just saw someone.
Yeah, that's all I remember her saying.
So stop it right there. There you go.
Yep.
it's funny that she's listing the things that she didn't hear that were actually things that happened in that crime scene.
Yeah.
And then what does he say after that? So is he talking about, is he sharing with her what Dylan said, or did I just mishear?
No. No, he didn't say. He just said, in fact, I'll jump back just a tinge just to make sure I heard it right too. Like right there. Just to make sure. I don't want to miss anything either.
Okay. But notice that she didn't say anything more than she just saw someone.
Yeah, that's all I remember her saying.
You didn't go back far enough, because I think he just said it right there.
Okay. And where's the wardrobe?
Right by the kitchen.
Right by the kitchen? Okay. And did
What's
she
by
say
the-
anything to you when she got into the room?
Okay, he's talking about Dylan, but what? Oh, he said, "Where's Dylan's room?" And then she says, "Right by the kitchen." Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, because when they're redacting names and there's a hole in the audio, it kind of sometimes makes it hard to follow. Okay, so we're talking about Dylan. So
Right.
with that context, now let's hear what he says next, because I think I might be right.
Said she thought she saw a man, but I didn't know what to think of it. I was like, still half asleep, and I was like, I didn't know what to, I don't know. It didn't sound like I didn't hear screams, I didn't hear anything, so I didn't really know.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So she says, he asked her, did she say anything when she came to your room? She says, well, she said she saw a man, but I didn't know what to think of that. I didn't hear screams. I didn't hear anything, so on and so forth. And he's like, okay. And he's writing it down. And then we go to the next part.
But notice that she didn't say anything more than she just saw someone.
Right there. What did he say?
The words, it doesn't make sense. It says in the closed caption, but notice that she didn't say anything more than she just saw someone.
Okay.
And that's it. She probably was actually sleeping at that point for that period of time and was woke up with whatever noise she saw at the door and heard.
What? Did you just revert to like this is?
If she was no. I think Bethany may have been asleep for a matter of a short period of time. Like laid down, fell asleep. And then if she hears she's claiming she hears this firecracker, sees the flash, whatever. I think that's the point that she may have woke up, but she's saying she was still half asleep whenever Dylan came to her room. So how much awake was she to be able to make that statement? So I don't know if that's, like I said, we don't know what's true or not true. This whole entire story could be completely made up on both sides of this, but
Has she been deceitful at all in this to you?
Bethany,
Yeah.
You mean during this interview or just in general?
During this interview, let's just say.
Yeah. She already made a statement that was a complete lie, where she said that they were sleeping. They went to sleep. We know that they didn't, so that was a lie.
Right. So well, I don't mean to put you on the spot. She's not asleep. She's not like coming out of a doze and like incoherent, like, oh, what's going on? Where am I? Fireworks. Blanky. What? Who are you? You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what parts of this may be true or not, I guess is what I'm saying.
Right.
Because there's already been lies told, so that's all. That was a good reenactment though. I liked it. I like that.
I mean, that's what we're supposed to believe, right?
Yeah, right. I got you. But notice that she didn't say anything more. She just saw, okay, on we
She's
go.
groping in the dark. She's
Right.
like passed out and like, who are you? What? What's going on?
Yeah, there's been no talk about drinking or anything like that. Nothing at all about that at all. So
Where are we? Sorry, I'll quit.
it's good.
I can't.
The blankie killed me, dude. That was
Yeah,
good.
we gotta have fun.
You gotta smile a little bit. Considering, yes.
So your bed then, if I'm looking at the right house, you have a parking lot, front door, and your bedroom's just to the right? Okay. And that's where you slept from.
No, that's not right. If you are standing at the front of that house, at the front door, isn't her bedroom to the left, back behind the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever. Anyway.
By the time you finally got into your room around 4-ish or so, actually before that.
So like 3 something.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Hey, we don't need to be accurate in any of this. We just need to get it on the record. Hitler will fix it later.
Yeah, but that was interesting. So when you actually got in your room around 4-ish or so, you're like an hour off, bro. Jeez. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's all right. We can fix that too.
So you were in there sleeping. Okay. Dylan got to your room maybe somewhere around 4:20-ish, but Dylan was already home at that point. You knew that Maddie and Kaylee were home. Do you know when anyone else in the house got home?
I don't know when Xana or Ethan got home. I didn't hear them come in or anything.
Okay. Okay. And last time you saw Xana and Ethan was at the Sigma guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, pause that. Okay, this whole time I thought Xana and Ethan were home. So
No.
she gets home from, where she was in the evening, and then when she walks home by herself, and then there's Dylan is home with a friend, and then
What? Yeah.
and then shortly after that, Kaylee and Maddie come home.
Yep. And then her and Maddie take the
Then
dog
they
out.
go, right?
Then she comes in, goes to bed. Maddie knocks on the door, asks if you know where Murphy is. She says no. Then she falls off to sleep. And then the firecracker shit happens. And they're still, nobody knows when. And this is something I've questioned myself the whole time. Nobody knows when Xana and Ethan got home.
Oh, wow. So,
and the last time, and this still doesn't match up to something else either. She said she left Sigma Chi around 12-ish. But in another report, she claimed that she saw Xana and Ethan around 1:45 at Sigma Chi, or I believe. So that doesn't match up to this either. If I'm correct on that, I think.
okay, so now Dylan is down in her room.
Yep.
At this point, this thing is already kicked off.
She went down around 4:20, 4:30, she said, right.
Eyebrow man came in the house, did his thing, and it's already kicked off. Dylan's downstairs now with Maddie, and Ethan and Xana haven't even got home yet.
No.
Okay.
There's no idea when they got home, and none of us, there's never been a point proving when they got home for sure. Welcome, Mark. Good to see you, brother. And James, thank you for joining us. Which is still a huge question in my mind. I think it's important. They were there. Now this is her testimony, her statement. Dylan claims that she saw Xana laying on the floor when she ran down to Bethany's room, but she didn't. Bethany's not offering that information. Like, did they talk about that? Dylan didn't tell her that? Because I'm pretty sure she would have if she'd have seen her laying on the floor. And so, oh my God, Dylan's on Xana's passed out on her floor. That's not part of this conversation, though. If you got anybody notices that, I would have told my friend that if I'd have went down there and I was scared that Xana's passed out on her floor. Doesn't come up at all, though. That's interesting. That should be kind of important, I think. I think I'm right. We should all shave our eyebrows. We could do that, fettuccine. Then I can draw them on and they'll look real. Anyway, on we go. Why couldn't Ray figure out when they got home based on their phones? Well, he probably could, Kim. But we haven't really heard any of that. So, all right, Kelly, we'll be here. Gen 7. I am what? Rach says we don't even really know the time that Kaylee and Maddie got home either, because they put the time based on, yeah. That's true too. And that's another thing we pointed out, because we started looking into, we don't know for sure which camera Olivia's statement comes from. I don't see how she could have seen that on the 1112 camera because of the direction that it's pointing. So whatever. It probably wouldn't, Kelly. You're right. We won't do that. Don't worry. Right, nothing. You're right. And I gotta wonder if Jeff would have went like he wanted to, how this would have played out. If this would have played out, or if there would have been another victim. You know what I mean? I'm glad that that's not the case. But yeah, I truly think that statement is important right now, folks, because when Dylan goes to her room, if we base it off the text messages, one of the first things she should have said was, when she got down there, was, "Oh my God, Bethany, I just saw Xana laying on her floor, passed out." But that never gets brought up here. That should be a very important part of this conversation, I think, but it's not.
Dago, you know what? Because we've always known that there's very possible reality to this, that there's two different times of death, right? And it might be two groups of two. And so in this statement, by the way, this statement, you're not gonna like listen to this and then get facts of the case.
Oh no, I'm sure
from it.
Right.
No, and when I say you, I mean you plural, everyone listening.
No, right.
I always do, but this isn't gonna because this is a script. This isn't gonna get us anywhere. But think of this. Okay, it's very possible that there's two different times of death, and remember how we've always been told, like, that door wouldn't open and they had to, in the door, by the way, speaking faster than I can think, the door I'm referring to is Ethan. Xana's door. Right. There's something to that. No matter what they leaked throughout this entire thing, there's always something to it. Doesn't necessarily always come out to be 100% accurate, but it turns out to be, to some degree, like what we see in the months subsequent to when they leaked it, right?
Yeah, there's always a little bit of truth in every lie sprinkled in there.
So here's where I'm going with this. When Kaylee and Maddie got home, that door was locked. There was already two people passed away in the house.
There's a lot of people that believe that. And I've been thinking about that too. I truly have.
That's a real possibility. And if that door is locked, who's gonna, I mean, out of sight, out of mind, right? Who's gonna come home? Kaylee and Maddie gonna come home and try to barge in that door? Nobody. It's locked, it's locked, whatever. It's is what it is.
Exactly.
You don't think twice about it. The last thing in the world you'd think about is, that what's behind the door. I mean, that thought never crosses your mind. It just wouldn't. So just thinking out loud, because what we're hearing right now in Bethany's statement is that she's maintaining that I don't even know anything about
here's the
Ethan
thing,
and Xana.
That statement came from somewhere. Okay? That wasn't just picked out of the sky. That came from somewhere, somehow. Granted, Steve has put things out there that were untrue, But I don't. Steve was making these things up, just pulling them out of his own pocket. Okay, there were things that were stated, and he either took that and misconstrued it from something else, or it was actually told to him at some point, and they alleviated that because it didn't fit right, in my opinion. Okay, so that statement had to come from somewhere, is what I'm saying. And it's interesting that it was put out and then it was retracted quickly, and now we got the other version of this because it just matches up better, I guess you could say. One sec. Sorry about that. Okay, so
it sure does answer the question, why, how come we've never, all this time, everybody's always wanted to know where was Ethan and Xana? How come they never said, that? Why is that such a secret? When do we get to learn that? And we never will.
Yeah. And Gonsalves said that Hunter told him that. I do believe that's true. So interesting. Steve was told that to make an excuse for the roommates hearing, seeing things, and not. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Either way, Bobby, welcome. Good to see you. Interesting. On we go.
So, did you see anything weird at the party? Okay. And since how the way that they're set up, where everyone hanging out primarily up in the main common room area, where most people hanging out in individual rooms and stuff like that?
It was a little bit of a mixture. At first, it was in the apartments, and then it was the main room.
Okay.
And then as I was leaving, I wanted to grab a backpack from our friend's room, and Xana and Ethan were sitting on the couch just listening to music.
Okay.
Hold on. I need to hear that again. But that statement, though, Eddie, I've been thinking now that I'm going to tell you why that's interesting to me here as soon as we get through this.
Okay. And since how the way that they're set up, where everyone hanging out primarily up in the main common room area, where most people hanging out in individual rooms and stuff like that?
It was a little bit of a mixture. At first, it was in the apartments, and then it was the main room.
Okay.
And then as I was leaving, I wanted to grab a backpack from our friend's room. And
Okay, so she's talking about it, the Sigma Chi house, I'm guessing right now. Okay.
Well, you got to pause. So think of this too, because in Dylan's statement, we know that Kaylee ran down the stairs after saying someone's here. She's screaming. She goes into the bathroom next to Ethan and Xana's room.
Right.
You think she went down to the second floor to go seek refuge in a bathroom, or do you think she went down to the second floor to go into a room where there's a 6'4" tall man that can do something about
that? That was my guess. Yeah, she went to Ethan,
but found it locked. Now you're trapped at the end of the hallway. Now what do? You go into the bathroom because that's all that's left, right?
Right.
If Ethan and Xana's door is locked,
if she got cornered there, yeah.
And then we know the rest because Dylan calls for her repeatedly, but Kaylee never responds. Right.
She says she does. Yeah. Good point. That does make some sense. Interesting. Very interesting. So this part here is where I got confused, though. They didn't he moved real quick into this whole thing. I think they're talking about Sigma Chi. So let me back this up. Don't get angry with me, folks, for backing it up. But I want to make sure this is what he's talking about, is when they were at the Sigma Chi house. Why she grabs a backpack, I don't know if she grabbed it to transport alcohol or something, maybe, I don't know, but I'm going to find out once we get to that point. I just want to make sure that that's where they're at when they're talking about this. Yeah, he is, Dan.
So,
That's my issue too, SRB.
did you see anything weird at the party there?
We'll get there too, SRB, I promise.
Okay. And since how the way that they're set up, where everyone hanging out primarily up in the main common room area, where most people hanging out in individual rooms and stuff like that.
It was a little bit of a mixture. At first, it was in the apartments, and then it was the main room.
Okay.
And then as I was leaving, I wanted to grab a backpack from our friend's room, and Xana and Nathan were sitting on the couch just listening to music.
Okay. And that was up in the main room, or that was in some?
That was in an apartment.
That was in an apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you hear of anything that happened to anybody?
Mm-mm.
Was there anyone strange or odd hanging around the party?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you know of anybody in your house that has an issue with anyone? Any ex-boyfriends, anything like that?
Mm-mm. All their ex-boyfriends were really nice, and they still were good friends.
Okay. Have you ever had any of your roommates complain about anyone stalking them?
Mm-mm. Once though, Kaylee said when everyone was gone, me and were at the sorority house for a meeting, and it was only Kaylee, and she was taking Murphy out to pee. This was a while ago, and she said she swears she saw someone staring at her while she was taking the dog out from the
Remember how long
backyard.
ago that was?
Maybe a month.
I will never understand with all of these claims of this person standing there or hiding in the trees, why there's never been a police report made on this. Or if there was one that was attempted to have been made, maybe because Moscow doesn't do that. I get that. But did they try to make police reports on it? I'm curious. I don't think we've ever seen them if they did. So,
You know what's really suspicious to me is this stalking narrative is already established.
oh yeah, right there.
As a detective, that wouldn't be where your mindset would be right now.
Yeah,
Stalking,
very
right?
good point.
I mean, it doesn't fit. That's like an individual type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4 people that have just passed away.
Right.
You would think of multiple, right? Not individual.
Yes, I agree. Agreed.
Just
Officer responded. No
interesting
report.
thought.
Yeah, good point. Good point. And hey, Kelly, good to see you, hon. It's yeah, very good point.
Yeah, because in the end, what does it have to be? A lone perpetrator with no motive.
Right. Bingo. Guys, they're saying we need 2 more likes to hit our 100 and get this in the algorithm. Please, if you have not yet done it, please hit that like button. There has been old roommates of that house that said that there was a feeling. Yeah, there's a lot of people that stated that house gave everybody a weird feeling. So I don't know what it is, but maybe because of what went on in that house, and what the people that came to that house. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Lucy, did I steal your thoughts?
I was just going to point that out. Yeah.
If I did, that's unintentional. And believe me, guys, Lucy is smarter than me. So just putting that
you
out
guys are equally geniuses, in my opinion. And that's why I love that you're both in this community with me. Grateful for it. All right. Like I told you, Eddie, I feel like I'm naked sometimes when you're not here. It's a very weird feeling. What have I missed? Sorry.
Did you miss mittens for kittens?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, I did. Hey, mittens.
I did. I make sure because I want to make sure she hears me. I don't want her to get upset. because I like to say hello to everybody, so I try to double check on those things. But it is so good to see you, Mittens. In case you didn't hear me, I'm grateful to have you here. Kent, good to see you, my friend. Good to have you in the house. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I can't wait for that either. Cat Lover, good to see you as well. Cally's in the house now, folks. La, 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 la. Miss Rowena, always happy to see you. Wade Bird, Bobby, Meanie, Cracked Pot Christian, welcome. Story time with Bethany, yes. Fettuccine, good to see you, my friend. I think I've hit everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up to you. Gen 7. I think I got everybody.
That's a good question by Wade Bird 77. Will we get to see Brian's interview?
You know what?
No.
I hope, but I doubt that we will. I'd love to. Have we seen anything that they put out on him? Or have we seen anything with him? Nothing. K-Bass, welcome. Welcome, Mayhem of Miracles. M&M's in the house. No, Mittens, not at all. It's not that. I don't ever want anybody to feel like I've ignored them or that I don't want to see them because I try. It's just hard sometimes. Not at all would I ever think that. I think you're amazing. I'm grateful to have you in this community. So very happy. Not at all, hon. Yeah, Dustin says we should have already seen all those interviews and everything, but I don't think we ever will. Don't think we ever will.
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot like that for kittens. It was just that the other night we didn't know why you left, and Dago felt bad about it. So I saw it that you entered, and I just wanted to say hi.
Yeah, she had explained it.
Oh, okay. None of my business.
It was my fault. That. I don't think my microphone cuts in and out sometimes, and she didn't hear me. That's all. But we figured it out. Very much appreciated. I'm grateful that she understood too. Okay, legend. You're insane, legendary. Insanely funny though.
No, you're not high maintenance. I won't do it again, I promise. Never say hello to you again.
Boy, Daddy's got jokes tonight. I love it. You do an awesome job, mate. Well, I appreciate that. I try my best, truly. All right, good stuff. On we go.
She can see like a man silhouette like staring at her.
You think it was about a month ago?
Mm-hmm.
Did Katie have any issues with anyone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good question. How do you know it's a male if it's a silhouette? Thanks, Twiz. Great question. Absolutely. Interesting. And yes, we do. Of course we do. Question. Is she being blurred out because of the current filing from the parents because she's over? We're all asking that same question. Why she was blurred out on this. Everybody knows who she is. Her name's on this. There's no point in doing it. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. But I don't know. It's a great question, though.
None of them have made any comments or statements of anyone trying to come onto them or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that all of the ex-boyfriends and that, they're all normally very nice and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Are any of them fairly recent breakups?
One, but
exactly, bro.
Well, she said a big little bit. Can you give me a little information on that one?
His name's he lives
Okay.
down the street.
On Taylor?
On King, I think.
Okay.
And he and Kaylee share Murphy.
Okay.
And they dated for 7 years.
And that's,
This is a silly line of questioning, by the way.
or something like that.
He's horrible.
What would
He's horrible.
like an ex, a recent breakup or an ex-boyfriend have to do with quadruple homicide?
Right.
Well,
Well,
if an upset boyfriend, it's someone like that isn't going to go into the house and do the Tasmanian devil and take out the entire house.
yeah, this guy is like one of the worst interrogators I've ever seen in my life. Or
What about
question,
the real
interviewer.
questions? Like, is anyone dealing drugs? Or
Yeah, he's not asking any hard questions at all. That's very true. I believe it did too, Kelly. I truly, truly, honestly, at this point, absolutely do believe the kitchen was a definite part of the crime scene for sure.
and they did it for 7 years?
Something like that. Since high school. Their families are really close to him.
Okay. And they shared Murphy?
I think.
Okay. How long ago did they break up?
Maybe like 3 months or something. But they're still on really good terms.
Do you know why they broke up?
She was gonna move to like Texas.
Where's Katie from?
Coeur d'Alene.
Okay. Where is from?
Coeur d'Alene.
Okay. Okay. You said that they're still on good terms, they still talk to
Very
each
good
other?
terms, yeah.
Okay. Has Katie been seeing anyone else lately?
Not really that I know of.
Okay. Do you know when she was going to move to Texas?
After the semester. But then apparently she wasn't going to anymore. I don't know.
Whoa. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure that that's been cleared up for sure. I want to make sure I heard that right.
Okay. Do you know when she was going to move to Texas?
After the semester. But then apparently she wasn't going to anymore. I don't know.
She was going to move to Texas after the semester, but apparently she wasn't going to anymore. What? Oh, buddy.
You know what? Also just crossed my mind.
Uh-huh.
When you're done with your thought, I'm sorry if I interrupt.
No, I can listen. I'm just writing notes down because that's a hot one right there.
So, gosh, how do I explain it? Because there's always like two realities, two truths in this whole case. So, and what I mean by that, so like, are we under, I mean, we all know the real answer to this question. We know what the truth is, but like in her mindset, according to this script, does she know what has happened yet? Because remember, Jack D was in the back of the car and he asked what happened. And the officer said, well, we can't say anything right now.
She knows. She knows. It was even stated at the scene that they all know at that point. So she knows.
Well, that was his opinion. He never told her. How would he know that? Right?
I mean, I guess, but I feel like they do.
Of course they do.
I feel like she does, yeah.
But what is the act? Like,
oh, is she acting like she doesn't know yet? I don't know if it's that. Because I think I see what you're saying, but I don't know if that's what part of this is or if it's not. I think that I don't know if that. No, I don't know that I see that with this.
it's always been an interesting question to me because
Yeah.
like in this act, when in their act, when do they learn of it? Of course, we know that they knew immediately after it happened. in real life. So they've known before that 911 call, they've known for 8 hours. We know that. But
Right.
in the act, when did they learn it? Because that's when the crying should start, right? Interesting thought. And I'm curious to see at the end of this interview, well, do you have any questions of us? Yeah. What? I mean, if
What
they're
the hell's
playing like
going
she
on?
knew at that moment, if that's the play, then what happened to my friend Kaylee and Maddie and Xana and
Right.
Ethan?
Well, that, and also I'm sitting here stewing on that statement that was just made that she wasn't going to anymore. Maybe, I don't know. I gotta wonder if the conversation that went on at the corner club, Jack, Decor, and her were talking, maybe that would be what the phone calls were all about to Jack, and maybe that could be, what did you say to Adam? I told Adam everything. That could be part of this right here, that statement. I'm curious, very curious. But this has never been stated in any of the reports, any of the interviews. Nobody ever one time ever has said that she apparently wasn't going to be going to Texas. Not even her parents. I didn't see your statement, SRB. I'm sorry. I see it now. But now I do now. So once again, we get more questions. As always. Wild. Okay.
Do you know what changed your mind?
I think she wanted to stay here with all of us.
But she graduated. I think she wanted to stay here with all of us. She was graduating, and that was it. Okay. I'll let that go until we're done with this.
Is there anything else you think is important for me to know? You might remember things later. That's very normal, okay? If you think you remember anything else, please reach back out to us. And bring me back in and we'll get that information, okay? Just gonna go back through my notes real quick before we go, okay? And you don't remember Kaylee's last name?
And Gonzalez.
Gonzalez?
Gonzalez.
Okay, can you spell it for me?
I don't know how to spell it.
Oh, that's right, sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay. Okay. All right, Bethany, I very much thank you for sitting down with me, okay? I'm going to take you back to the other room, so you can be with your friends, all right? You sure there's nothing else?
All right. Thank you for your time. Have a good one.
Definitely wild. Definitely wild. I don't think that was even in a written report as far as any statements from Bethany either, that statement there. Did they talk to her over the weekend and talk her out of going to Texas possibly? Was it when she went home that she may have changed her mind, realized the job she was going to go do was not what she thought it was? Because we looked into that job and it don't look like it's really on the up and up, but that's just my opinion. I don't know. But that's interesting. That's it right there. Yeah, I'm thinking too, SRB.
Yeah, great question, Ro. She changed clothes too.
Oh yeah. Dylan took a bag, and when they took her and walked her out, I saw the video of that. About 5 something.
And why the hoodie up?
No idea. No idea, because they're young. Who knows? I'm 5 minutes behind, but I agree with that. Did they tell them before this interview? I imagine they had to have. But they knew beforehand. Oh, you meant the video's over. Okay, sorry. I don't know, but that one statement, that is, somebody said there's a nugget at the end.
To his.
Because hoodies are comfortable, don't just. That's good. They actually are. It's like being hugged by yourself. You gotta love it. I love mine when I wear mine. Yeah, Caden's the same way. Always. I get too hot in them. Otherwise, because my heat stays on hell in this house in the wintertime. Otherwise, you probably would always see me wearing one if I was in here. Oh, hey, Dylan. I didn't even see you down there, bud.
What's happening?
What's up? How long you been back there? I just now saw you.
About 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Good. You didn't have to wait. How are you, sir?
Fantastic. It's Friday.
Yes. Not that it matters to me anymore, but yes, Fridays are great for everybody. What are your thoughts on this interview, bro?
Which one? Oh, Bethany?
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I got like 3 minutes in, but how do I explain this? Any individual like yourself that has been around teenagers or kids growing up,
7. Yes.
yeah, you learn over time how to tell when people are making shit up. And it's pretty clear that she is throwing a narrative at us without much confidence. And the interviewing officer, I think, had multiple times to question a little more firm on what she was doing during this whole thing,
Yes, sir.
locking door, and Dylan comes in and she saw man and she didn't hear anything, and where's Murphy? And it's almost like they're just like, okay, we don't think you killed them, so that must mean you have no idea what happened. And I think this interview screams that she obviously knew something was going on. To what extent?
Yep.
That's up. I'm not gonna sit here and scream like she knows exactly how, when, and who did all of this. But to sit there and say that she was downstairs sleeping with Dylan all night and has no idea what happened, it's pretty inconsiderate of a general, your intelligence, my intelligence, to say like she had nothing to do with it. I mean, she knows what happened. She
Of
was
course.
there, and she sounds younger than a college student. She almost sounds like a lying teenager, almost like she was smoking weed and is trying to get, no, it wasn't me.
Right.
We weren't back there at it was 4 o'clock, like 4:20, between 4:20 and 4:30. It's like, well, you said you were sleeping, but
Yep.
it's 4:20 and 4:30. Like, why? Who told you to be so adamant about that time? And then obviously then it's going to open up this can of worms of who done it.
Oh, wait.
But
Hold on. I didn't realize that you'd come back here. Hold on, Dylan. Keep going. I'm just going to play this rest of this out while you're talking.
go ahead.
Is that Blaker? Because he looks different to me in this. And Lucy just pointed that out too.
Is he the same officer that was like originally on the body cam at the scene, but he wasn't like in uniform?
He might
Is it-
be,
it-
but don't you remember like the couple of the noise complaints he showed up? That's is that she says that's not the same one. Oh, he's just turning the camera off. Okay, Twiz, thanks, bud. Anyway, he just looks different to what I thought, who I thought Blaker was too. When she pointed it out, I started thinking like, yeah, I think you're right, but maybe I'm wrong. I do get them confused from time to time. No, that is Truly's for the win. Got you. All right. Anyway, go ahead, bud.
I just thought, is Twizzlestick the Twiz from Twitter? I don't know. Okay. If it is, he asked, she's still asking about going home for Thanksgiving. Again, I think we're talking about an individual in Bethany that is, if we look at it from a wider lens, okay, just we know nothing about her, okay? This is a random college student in Idaho. Based on that interview and based on the way she speaks to the officer about what happened, she doesn't seem, this has nothing to do with anything, just based on what we've heard and how she's acted during this. Her intelligence level doesn't fit that of a freshman in college. It fits that of a freshman in high school or an eighth grader. She seems very immature. She seems very unaware of the magnitude of what's happened. She was the one of two living people in a house of four dead.
Yeah.
That this isn't, we stole some candy from the gas station. No, like there's dead bodies in your house. You know that they're almost treating her and Dylan as if they are. I don't know. It's just strange. And
Well, and
this
yeah,
that's what I take from the interview is a kind of it tells me more about maybe outsiders' ability to control Bethany and her thoughts of what happened, maybe, and to control the narrative and kind of say, Bethany, this is what happened. We're telling you this is what happened. You have
it's
to
very
believe us.
yeah.
And just say you don't know and say that you saw someone at 4. Keep it real simple, right? Say you don't know, say you saw someone at 4 and that's it. And then the police say, okay, well, we got to believe her. It's Bethany. It's like, well, Bethany, that might be all Bethany really knows, right? Like she might be an airhead that just doesn't know. And maybe that's the case with Dylan. It's like these two are just idiots. That's again, since we don't.
That would make it very easy to manipulate them to do certain things too, if you think
Well,
about
right, and it's very clear now, based on that interview, why Bethany wasn't talking at the plea hearing or the sentencing hearing or whenever Dylan was
anything.
talking. Bethany was not getting up there with a microphone and putting together a competent sentence in front of people on camera. There's
And
no way. Which is
yeah.
so smart of them not to have her because that's just a bad move.
Okay.
I
There
completely
you
get
go.
it.
You just said what I've been thinking. Okay, a lot of people have been asking, where's Bethany been? Why was she not doing impact statements? Why did she not show up at the memorial? Why did she not want to go to testify this and that?
This is
I feel like they wouldn't let her do it because
yeah.
look at that interview right there and how easy would it be for her to screw that up? You know what I mean?
Back to the start in one of the original pieces of paperwork that we saw from the beginning, it mentions Bethany having exculpatory evidence. It
Yep.
mentions that from the start. It says she has it. Now, I don't know. Maybe the prosecution and the defense were looking at it like, yo, this Bethany character is so like unreliable and stupid and we can't use her as a credible witness. We can't really. So we've just got to shut her up and say she doesn't know anything. Get her out of the way. Otherwise, she could be the one that says,
Should let the cat out of the bag.
"Guys,
Yep.
yeah, guys,
Bingo.
that's not what happened. That's not what happened because."
Bingo.
It's like one wrong statement. So if she gets on the mic at sentencing and says something about a time or says something about seeing someone or someone else being there and she just slips up just a bit,
Yes, sir.
she then basically tells us that,
Screws everything
wait,
up.
Brian isn't the guy at sentencing. So smart of them to keep Bethany away from it. We now get that because this interview is like, I think it's is this the next day, Dago?
This
The
is no, this is the same night, or the day of.
the
This is like
13th,
actually this is at 1:15 in the afternoon. There's or no 2:15 it ended. On the 13th, yeah.
so 2:15 on the 13th. So 2 hours after the 911 call, Bethany is back at the station interviewing with this officer
Yep.
about four murders and what, correct? Like that's what he lays out. Like
Yep.
does
Yeah.
okay. And but
Very
she
quick.
doesn't, but there's no talk about, here's my whole thing, there's no talk about before midnight. What lead us up into it, okay? Don't just start us off at 4 a.m. That's not how this works.
Well,
What happened at noon? Okay, guys, what were you guys doing at noon 12 hours before midnight? Okay, and then walk us through that. They're not doing any of that. We don't know who they were with, what they were doing, because
they
again,
they they touched on that very very slightly about that night. My opinion is he should have went to the day before and said what went on during the week this weekend, what was going on yesterday, who was around you, who was there, what was this. I mean, it should have been a lot more detailed. There was no hard questions asked at all. You're right. She talks about from 8:30 that night, 8 or 8:30 that night, they go to the frat house, this and that, and it just goes from there. And it's very, very minimal. Okay. It's just real stupid simple.
well, here, just look at it again, wider lens. Four murders. What? Okay, so you quickly release. What is it? Is it stabbings? Is it gunshots? I still don't know because Bethany is adamant that she saw a firecracker, loud bang light,
Yes.
and she is adamant and she's pretty confident about a time at 4 o'clock or something, right? So
Mm.
was she sleeping, guys? Come on. Was she? No. Did she see a firework? Maybe they threw her in. Hey, get in your room. Wait 1 sec. You don't want to see this.
Yeah.
Maybe. And she saw a firework and a bang, and she doesn't know what happened. Well, now she does. She's a smart girl. She can put two and two together. Loud bang behind door, dead body. What happens? Gunshot wound to the face. Then they beat the hell out of Kaylee to make it look like she was stabbed like the rest of them. But maybe there's a gunshot behind there. We don't know. The coroner lady who knows. We don't
Yeah.
see any reports. So, if anything, again, I think this explains a good amount. I think this is great information being released. I think it helps answer some questions about why they kept Bethany away. And it, unfortunately, I have been harsh on Dylan for her actions or lack thereof. I think Bethany has, just in this interview alone, shown that she is covering up as well, and she deserves just as much scrutiny as Dylan for their response to whatever was happening the morning of the Idaho 4 murders. And I
But
think that,
she
go
definitely
ahead.
played the dumb card. You know, I didn't hear nothing. I don't know about that. When he asked, did she say anything to you? Well, she said that she saw a guy, but I don't know about that because I didn't hear nothing. I didn't hear any screaming. I didn't do this. So she detaches herself from it right there. Okay. She pulls herself back from it. And it's like, wait a minute. No. Hold on. If there was somebody screaming in that house, I don't care if you're in the basement or not, you're going to hear that screaming. Okay. Especially since she came down to the second level screaming. We're going to go with that statement if it's real. You had to have heard this. Okay. I'm just saying that bothers me, period. So
Well, and then
I agree with that.
another huge portion of that interview, which again, people may make fun of me. I joke about what I think the girls were doing in the delay between the murders themselves and the 911 call. But one thing I also point out, and people laugh at me, is the old Airbud theory is the dog does matter. Dogs are valuable. And
Yeah.
the cop questions Bethany about the dog, and it's like, all right, it's Bethany's dog, or I'm sorry, it's Kaylee's dog, and Kaylee's dead. What? Where was the dog all night, Bethany? And where was it this morning at 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. and noon?
Who
And
put it outside and brought it back in?
yeah, and because a part of your guys' story is this dog. So who else was around this fucking dog? And it's like,
Mhm.
such a it's like, who cares about the dog? Well, it's like, if we're putting together a story, I need all the characters to be there and accounted for. And we do have to tell the story of the dog. And it's
yeah,
like,
yes, and I said before, put that dog around certain people one at a time and watch how that dog reacts to each person. That'll give you its own answer by itself. Dogs are very, very good at that. If you put that, I think they should have put that dog in a room with Brian and watched how he reacted to Brian.
well,
And
no, because,
if he didn't react to Brian in a negative way, there's part of your answer right there. He's
yeah,
gonna
but
fear that person, in my opinion.
well, yeah, but also Brian is obviously you can tell just based on his mannerisms in court. He is a very timid, socially kind of awkward individual. Most animals are react that same way towards those type of individuals, where it's a timid awkwardness. So
But he
whatever,
has a dog.
whatever.
He has a dog, and he could be different with animals than he is with people. Remember that,
Right.
because my son was like that too. But not everybody's
The
the same.
the point is, this goes back to the, oh, this was a great investigation. It's like, well, the initial questioning was like they were investigating a $1,500 like, I don't know, robbery from the local furniture store. And they're like, well, what time? Like, it's like, no, these are 4 dead bodies. Like, what's going, like, Bethany, you got to lock in here. Time to grow up. This isn't like detention. What's going on? You got to snap out of it. And we're now, you're not drunk anymore, right? We're not, this is in the
If they ever
afternoon.
were,
If
if
they
they
ever
ever were,
were, like, all right, start naming names. Let's walk through your night minute by minute. Let's open your phone up like he did. And who are you texting? Who are you calling? What's going on? And none of that happened. And the reason none of that happened was because the people doing that investigation didn't want to find those answers.
or they already
Um,
had them.
or they already had them and they found a way to, kind of wiggle them out of arm's
Sure.
reach. And now we have the city of Moscow actively still redacting these huge portions of evidence for no lawful reason. That's another key here. They're releasing these files and stuff, and somebody in the city of Moscow, who I've been actively on the social media app X, kind of pointing out, there are city employees that get our tax dollars for their salaries, actively covering up evidence in this trial when they're releasing it to us. So when we get these documents and there's giant black squares around it, and you're like,
Right.
why? And you're like, why can't we see that? There's no answer. There's no legal answer. They're saying, well, we think this might cause us problems long term in some lawsuits or BS. That's not
Right.
accurate. That's not how it works. If for some reason the evidence led to something where it's a huge invasion of privacy, some kind of health matters, some kind of, like, no, you people were involved in a 4-person homicide. Your right to privacy gets fucking thrown so far out the window.
Hmm.
You can't see it. And once we figure out who did kill everyone, then you can go back to your normal lives. Until then, your
Yep.
privacy can fucking suck my dick. I don't care. Figure it
Okay.
out, and then everyone can go back to living their lives.
That's pretty much in a nutshell. Yeah. Um, the way it should work, but it's not, and it hasn't. I agree with that. I do agree with that. Yeah, that's the next step we're doing here is we're gonna go over these newly unsealed, redacted documents. And I was looking through, and you're not lying, dude. Like some of these spots in here, there's entire blocks that are blacked completely out, folks. Completely. It's disgusting. So there's still, we know that they're gonna hide certain things from us, but good Lord have mercy.
Yeah,
Um,
we have to keep requesting the unredacted versions, and when you do so, you can mention that the city of Moscow and the people that are redacting this information, they
Mhm.
can be sued for doing so. You are uh, not allowing public right to access information that they have the right to. We paid for the investigation, we paid for the prosecution, we paid for the defense, essentially, in some way, shape, or form, I'm sure. We have the right to find out what we paid for, and what work our state employees did there in Moscow and our federal employees did through the FBI, and what Orthram was doing with the DNA, and who scammed this whole process. And
That's the thing, Rex, you just said, though, folks, and take that to heart. Okay, maybe not me, maybe not you or anybody, but anybody that lives in the state of Idaho, their tax dollars paid for all of this. Okay, and I'm sure there's federal money that's gone into this that others have paid into too. But the point is, he's right. Like the people of this state, this city, this town, they paid their tax dollars paid for all of this. They have every right to see and hear everything, in my opinion. You don't have the right to redact certain things just because you think these people may be harassed. That's how this works, guys. You need to get over that. They need to move on. I don't believe that that's the actual reason why they're doing this, but that's what they're putting out there as their excuse for this. And I think it's ridiculous. So it's ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous.
right, it's yeah, I don't know. Uh,
Right.
I don't know where you move on from here. I mean, there's that hearing the other day, where they were talking about, what they were going to redact and unredact, and it's like, why are you asking the prosecution and the defense in a murder case on what to redact and what not to redact? It's like I don't
Yep.
I don't
I
understand why
disagree with that too.
why they are the ones choosing. It's like I'm completely open with uh addresses, for example,
Yeah, we don't need that.
being redacted. I'm completely okay with certain things, but they're like going through interviews and still redacting Dylan's name. Like in the Bethany
Yeah.
interview, they're redacting Bethany saying Dylan's name. Who is redacting that?
Yeah,
Who's
that's
going through and saying, and that again, that's who I believe is real mask guy, this Looney Tune who works for the city in some way, shape, or form from Massachusetts, going through and putting these big black boxes around stuff. And also, still, why is Dylan Mortensen's name redacted when Bethany is saying it out loud in the interview? Why?
right. Right.
I,
No,
I don't I
it
don't think
shouldn't.
it's I don't think that's like lawful that they're redacting that. I don't.
Well, you know
Again,
what?
I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a genius, but I do have a little freaking common sense. And like it's
You
like
know what's funny about that though is one of the things that he states that Hitler put in his document that he released just the other day. He said, if anybody's name has previously been put out, whether it's in the news or whatever, so on and so forth, it's out. That won't be redacted, but they're doing it. They're still
right.
doing it. It's already been out there. We know who Dylan Mortensen is. We know who Bethany Funk is. We know who all these other witnesses and these other people are. They're still redacting their names, their faces, and interviews and all that other shit. You're
Hunter
basically bullshitting the whole world with what you just said.
Hunter and Emily went on national TV and did an interview, and they're redacted in public evidence.
Yep.
Their names are why? It's not it's like what's it's like you I just would like, again, I want chaos, so like this is like funny to me that like it's like, okay, we've got a guy who didn't do it in jail. It's like this is wild, like this is like it's like conspiracy meets like scummy Idaho, and no one's really, Idaho's never really hit national news, and we've got this guy from Pennsylvania and the feds are involved, so like it makes this cool mix of like, yeah, and true modern crime. It's also like we haven't even seen the bodies yet. Like we haven't even seen the sheath. Like
That's the big one.
we like we haven't confirmed anything, and it's been 2.5 years. So it's these unknowns, and I guess that's what's entertaining about it, if you can find entertainment in a 4-person homicide.
Right.
then again, it's a huge market in the country today, whether it's Netflix shows or podcasts or what you're doing right now. People engage in it. And when bad people seem to be right in front of you, being like covering stuff up and murders and young college girls, and it's like, whoa, it has all the cool stuff of like almost like a modern, you know, horror mystery, you know, book
Yeah.
type thing,
Yeah.
where but at the same time it doesn't like add up at all in terms of the main character being Brian Koberger. They should have got someone with a little more um uh
Something that was more realistic.
edge
Yeah.
edge, like something like someone with a little deeper background and like, I don't know, maybe did a stint or two like in jail, or like it's
Yes,
like you can't pluck a random dude out of PA with uh obviously like weird, maybe some again, these weird things have come up, heroin addiction. It's like maybe that's true, I don't know. But he's like a smart, intelligent guy, and you track them all across the country. It's like, oh, there's more going on here. What is it? Are we going to find out? Or no?
Yeah, they picked somebody that is very unrealistically unbelievable. Okay, to have committed this crime. I'm sorry. It
Yeah.
is insane to me. You could have got somebody that had a background of any sort of violence whatsoever. That had, you know, anybody, but they didn't. They chose this person, which is ridiculous to me. Because I feel truly, like Ann said, that they picked him for this. Um,
Just too clean of a guy, right? Like just
absolutely,
too
absolutely.
too clean cut, like to the point where it's like you guys couldn't even plant evidence like it, because Brian almost made it impossible for you to be able to plant evidence, right? Like even if they think of, if they did a couple days after the murders plant something in his apartment, well, Brian was going to clean it, right? Like that was his, that's how he operated. That was his day to day. So like even if like they tried to put some hair or something in his apartment, like, hey, go look for it there. It's like, well, I don't know, Brian. So like they couldn't even plant good evidence, and it's just shocking to me
They
that
done so much more too. That was something SRB and I were talking about that the other day, and it's a good point she made. Like they could have really like drove the coffin nails in on this by very easily and quickly if they wanted to really make this 100% look right. Taking something from the crime scene and dropping it in his car and saying, "Look what we found." You know what I'm saying? I mean, it would have been easy
well,
to do something like that, but there was nothing.
well Dago, this is okay, so this is open, honest, transparent here. This is me going into like a little like more conspiracy, where I'm taking something and I'm reaching to an extent that I am not comfortable like with people following along with and going with. But I'll throw it out there. So
Sure.
I think that absolutely was a goal of theirs, and I think the multiple stops from Washington to Pennsylvania by those police officers were an attempt across country to stop specifically Brian Koberger and be able to plant something in his car, knowing that they were going to be able to get this little fake DNA thing corroborated when he gets home. So then
Sure.
when they do that raid and his car's there, they have maybe a hair or something. Again, what did Brian do the minute he got home? Back to his parents. He's just on a long road trip. Of course, he's going to clean out his car. He's unpacking. He's a clean freak. So even if one of those officers say dropped a Murphy hair or something else, it's like,
Yeah.
well, I don't know, Brian Cover. And then I really don't believe they had anticipated his dad being with him on the trip back across country. I think they thought Brian was going to be alone. They were going to be able to pick him off. They were going to be able to arrest him and plant evidence and say, yep, we've been tracking this guy. We pulled him over and noticed some blood. And I think it was going to be a whole ordeal before he even got back to his parents' house. And then they had to pivot once dad was in the car, and that, they couldn't take him down on his road trip. They had to wait, and then they like they blow open his parents' front door and cause all this damage for the PCA that's written based off of
It's garbage.
yeah.
It's garbage. It's
Then we
garbage.
go back to that, and it's like, come on, guys, like this can't be real. Like we can't be like adult Americans, whatever, and listen to the story and say, hey, look, we're okay with our money and our time, and also, I guess most importantly, potentially an innocent man, like who, by all accounts, like no, nothing negative into. He wasn't a negative mark on society, right? He stayed mostly out of trouble. He was getting his doctorate or whatever, you know.
He
At
was
the end of
the last person that anybody would ever think and would
yeah, and
look at.
he gets dragged into this, and it's, and again, it is unfortunate. Do I care about Brian Kohlberger personally? Not really. I really don't care. It could be anyone in his shoes, and it's like, all right, well, sucks for
That's
this
the
person.
problem.
Let's find out. Let's find out what really happened, and I'll be posting anyone who I think is involved in this because actively trying to cover up public scene evidence. I then now associate you with trying to cover up what really happened, and I don't think that's fair, and I don't think it's should be an argument. If you don't want to see the bad evidence, guess what, turn the channel, right? Like there's another state, there's another story, there's another murder every single day. Go figure it out. I'd like to see to the end of this that the appropriate people, and whether that's uh, limited to a small little friend group in Idaho that were beating up on each other, or if that is a bigger, larger operation there in Idaho that needs to be cleaned up. Whatever, as long as there's eyes on it, I think that's a good thing. It's not over.
No, not by any means. Right.
And it is cool to be able to follow along. I just don't know, like, how long does it last, right? Like, you look at the Karen Reed case, and I obviously find some comparisons in terms of police being involved in the investigation and maybe not looking great at investigating, and young cops trying to step in and do stuff. But that takes a long time. And then
Right.
being out in Idaho, just so remote, that it's kind of like they're on their own little island out there, and like who's gonna make the ball roll, right? Like who's gonna take this and like get it moving? I don't know if it's not coming at the state level. It's not gonna come from Moscow. I don't know how. I don't know who swoops in here or how it gets handled, but it's going to take some balls because you're going into a hornet's nest there in Moscow, Idaho. That doesn't seem very fun, especially if you're considering 4 dead bodies. Whatever's going on out there isn't cool.
Not at all. Not at all. It's definitely a scary place with a scary situational a scary situation. The whole area. Uh, y- I wouldn't want
Okay,
to step in the state at this point. That's
hey,
my
it's Friday. Let's get positive. Name one thing nice about Idaho. Come on, come on.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful
It's
state.
beautiful state. Great potatoes. Great
Yeah, I
potatoes.
mean, I'll be honest with you. Like one of my mods, actually my videographer Molly, she's from there. She lives in that area there, and she sent me so many pictures. It's like it's one of the most beautiful states in the nation, folks. It's gorgeous. But Tomboy, she's from that area. And again, beautiful. But with everything that has happened there, it's like Jesus Christ. I don't even want to get pulled over in the state. You know what I mean? You don't know what to trust or not to trust. I'm just saying, it is
Oh,
beautiful. It is beautiful. But this is
uh,
not. This is not beautiful. So.
interesting. 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 All right. I don't know what else is out there. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, I
That's
don't know.
I mean it's a very from the things I've seen, it's a modernized area a lot of ways. There's a lot of cool things to do, beautiful streams and wooded areas and mountainous looking stuff, whatever you call it. It's nice. But
Do we know I guess I don't like to focus on Brian because
I try
I
not
just,
to right now because it's
because
more about the investigation to me
yeah,
now.
but this is a part of the investigation, because this is obviously something they would have done before they arrested him. Do we know why or how Brian chose to go from Pennsylvania all the way to Washington State University? I
He
I'm
had two. He had two. He was recommended by one of his professors from DeSales for the program, and he had two places he was going to choose from. Washington State as the one, and then I can't think right now of the other place he was going to go. And he chose WSU because they had one of the best programs, quote unquote, supposedly, for the criminology process and the classes and stuff he needed to take. That's all we know about why he chose to go to WSU. That's it. I've had questions about were there other things that made him choose because Brian, we've all learned, is very inquisitive. He wants as much knowledge as he can get. And to the point that when he was arrested, he was asking the officers that arrested him about their jobs and the things that they do and things like that. That's how inquisitive Brian is. He wants to know the laws. When he got pulled over by the female police officer, can you explain the law to me? I don't know this and that. So he's always looking into things, from my understanding, from what we can see. He seems to love research. He likes to talk about these things with everybody, as we saw in the reports. He's a very, very inquisitive person. That's interesting to me. Did he
right.
look into these things? Did he look into before he moved to, and this is just a thought, folks, it's not anything I have facts on, but did he look into Idaho and WSU and the surrounding area at their crime rates? Did he look into the things that have happened or could happen or do happen in those areas? Did that draw him in because he was interested in things that had happened in the past? Or there were two investigations currently going on when all this went down. Did he know about some of that possibly? Did he see any of that and it drew him there because of the interest in crime that he had? Just saying. I don't know. I don't know. But I felt, I'm okay with saying that he went there because they had a really good criminology program.
When did Kaylee drive up?
What do you mean? To go back to Idaho or back to Moscow?
Yeah.
The Thursday or Friday before? The 10th or
Uh,
the 11th, I think it was. The 10th.
we-
She bought the car on the 10th and she was there by the 11th, I think. It was the 11th. Thank you, Lucy.
okay, so what she gets there on she, what it, that
Friday
doesn't
morning. Friday morning.
so she buys that's the 11th.
Yeah, she bought the car Thursday
Okay.
afternoon. She goes back. She gets there Friday morning, and then they do the whole. They were supposed to go to the formal thing, but I'm my understanding they blew it off to have their own party, to kind of piss it off into the sorority's eyes or their faces, kiss off type thing. They had that big ass party that was like 100+ people at that night, that Friday night. Then Saturday
At their house?
Yeah, there was a party the Friday night before. Yes, a big one.
What happens if they died Friday night and they just covered it up all day Saturday?
Well, there were many people that saw them Saturday morning that they spent the day with.
I
And
guess they're
throughout
at that Grubhub
football
truck,
game and
weren't
all that
they?
stuff. Yeah, the
Yeah,
football game
football.
and all that.
And
So
then they were at there. All right. So we got that. So, but there's some, we're still questioning on when Ethan and Xana leave the frat house and when Bethany leaves frat house, right? And
Bethany said that she left the frat house at 12-ish and went to a friend's house, spent 40 minutes there, and then walked home by herself. We don't have a real deal time when Ethan and Xana got home. Period. There's never been one established. Nobody knows. It's bounced around so many times because I think in some report or a statement it stated Bethany stated she saw them at the frat house at 1:45. But if she was already home,
anything after today, anything Bethany says, yeah, nah. You just you have to start. We have to look at it and assume we are working with absolutely nothing useful from Dylan or Bethany in terms of kind of what happened. Assuming that they're not telling the truth. So anything they say happened probably didn't. Except this firecracker thing. Like she was pretty adamant about that. Like that. I
Yeah,
don't know. I'm hooked on that for some reason. I don't know about you guys. Like it.
it's
She says
interesting.
loud bang outside of her door, right?
Yeah,
But then she said she's out in her door, but then she like almost says the bang came from up in the kitchen area. And like they're confused on who's in the house, and she keeps mentioning Ethan's always loud in the house. Like, I don't know. I think Bethany might have just never been up there. She might have been just hanging down outside in the truck. I think the friends' names there's like a big Reed dude that drove a big truck. There's a Ben dude, and then the Hunters and the Jacks. It's like you got a whole like mosh pit, and then there's those frat bros that all like get it, and like you can consider this like doxing or whatever. It's like I don't know. You guys were around a 4-person homicide. I don't really feel bad personally, like saying you guys were around a crime. I'm not accusing anyone of these murders. I'm saying you guys were involved in it or around this. Um, you guys have two options. You can sit there and shut up and be questioned, or you can come out because we haven't heard from anyone. We haven't. What interviews have we seen? Bethany and
Hunter and Emily, they do their TV show stuff. Josie,
are we buying that?
not. I
Are
don't
we
believe
are we
anything.
gonna use are we gonna use that when we're looking at this case though? I'm not gonna use that. I'm saying like immediately after, like what have we seen in terms of evidence? All we've really seen now is Dylan on body cam,
Oh yeah, that stuff, right?
and then now Bethany in this little interview. So that, like if we're just basing what we should be doing is looking at what evidence has been released in these interviews now, not these, the View little shows with Hunter and Emily that
No, yeah,
mean
they
nothing.
they they need to
So,
release more of this stuff. I agree.
yeah. So if we're looking at this now, it's like, okay, so this is the same day that you find out your 4 friends and roommates are murdered, and you're locked in on 420 and going home for Thanksgiving. Like, okay, we see where your priorities are at.
Right.
I Now I get where your relationship is at with those people. They're nothing to you. You do not seem to care. You're
Yeah,
not sure.
they weren't close.
Yeah, you're like, oh yeah, shit. Like that's tough kind of thing. And then you have Dylan, who seems a little sloppy with her story. But
Very true. That's very true. Um, and like I
the
said,
Bethany's room at 4:20.
say again, you just went really robotic, bud.
Sorry. You had one more thing, and they both went downstairs at 4:20.
Yeah, Dylan
And that
says
was the
Bethany says she went down to her room between 4:20 4:30.
But that's the only thing consistent with their story right now. Their made up stories, I guess, is that, and now Bethany's saying she locked her door. It's like, well, if you locked your door, then why that why I don't know. They were just being loud. Okay. Then it's like, all right, Bethany, like, I don't know how much use she's going to be, um, at all, but something they were told 420, and these cops that were there who did they pull over? Were those the frat bros at 3 or 2:30, 3 o'clock?
The Banfield thing.
Yeah, the one.
Yeah,
Well,
they were frat
I
guys.
have a
They were up
pretty
there
I
talking to him.
if you go back, maybe I'll retweet it, and you guys can go look at it. I did a pretty cool picture thing on my computer with the paint
Uh-huh.
app, and I drew a big circle. That stop, and this was a couple months ago. I believe that stop started around 2:30 or 2 o'clock, somewhere in there, and then it lasted like a half hour. Um, that is literally less than a football field away from 1122 King Road, where that cop is stopping those kids. Less than a football field away. That's how close this stop was from the
Oh yeah.
basement door. Okay. If you're thinking the way I'm thinking, that's the murder window. Okay. That's when someone is being killed at the house. That's when Kaylee and Maddie are last calling Jack, 10 times. That's the last time we hear from them. They get back home and they call and Dylan and Bethany claim they go to bed. I claim they're killed. Okay. So if we're going based on mine, that cop is right there when they get back home. Less than a
Well,
football field away. That
they,
cop is
that,
there.
that's the car. I don't know if you knew this, but
Hey, Diego, real quick
That-
before you finish,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna hop out, but I'll be in chat. Are you
Eddie.
able
All
to-
right, Eddie, no
Sorry,
problem.
I just whipped my dick out and slapped it all over your
No,
face
don't
there.
worry. My phone is
great.
just heating up.
You're
but-
good. You're
Yeah,
good.
no, this is all good. No need to
Thanks, Eddie.
apologize.
I appreciate you, bud. I know your phone gets hot after a period of time, so I appreciate you. And hopefully we'll see you here again soon. Thanks for hanging out with us.
So
Um,
if we're
the
looking
car-
at that
the-
car is what you're saying?
Okay, so that same police car, I don't know if you knew I don't know if you know this or not, but one of the main reasons why they claim this is Brian is they say that they see his car circling that area all that time. So anyway,
Right.
we know that that's not his car, that is that same car that pulls those band kids over, circling and patrolling that area.
Is that like the Malibu or whatever? Like it looks like a
It's a
Malibu
Ford-
or
it's a Ford
Fusion,
Fusion.
whatever it is. I'm not getting into semantics with this car BS in terms of like, what
Right.
can you see on the video? You can't see anything. No FBI expert, none of us can tell you if that's a Fusion or a Elantra or whatever. It's grainy. You can't see.
Right,
You-
right.
you-
But
It's
that
like,
they put in their report the time that they did their patrol. It shows up in the camera. Then Payne himself goes and kind of reenacts that whole thing, looks at the car, all this bullshit and everything. Anyhow, so that's the car. That's what they were doing in that area. I think that call or that the Banfield call, whatever you want to call that thing, was at 2:50 something. It started and it ended at like 3:15, I think, roughly.
and what officers are those?
It's Officer Rosendahl and Tesdale.
And were either of those officers at the scene right away?
Right away, no, but they did show up eventually. They were called in.
None of them were like the first ones in the body cams that we've seen.
No.
Okay.
Nunez, Gunderson, Warner. Oh Jesus, I'd have to look back at my notes. I have them all written down, but those two did not show up until later on. I don't believe.
Okay, well, just look at who's left the Moscow Police Department since, and then
Oh
you can
yeah,
kinda-
that's a big
I
deal,
mean,
too.
it's like
Big
all right,
deal.
it's like who went? You knew, got it. Like you had to go, but I don't know if it's ever going to go there. For some reason, I just think 4 dead bodies is too much to sweep under the rug. And I think they're at the point now where it's like any evidence that comes out, we're gonna know is pretty fraudulent, right? Like they're leaning on supposedly this K-bar knife and him buying one. It's like, well, just show the freaking receipt. Like show the picture of the sheath and then we'll go on about our business, right? Then maybe that is Brian's car. But like
They've never showed a receipt proving that Brian bought the knife for one, but I'll let that go. Yeah, they don't. The sheet they've put out so many video or pictures, thousands of pictures they put out. Not one of them includes that sheet. It's amazing to me.
Yeah, because even like if you go on tonight, Dago, have you said what state you're from or like what region you're from?
I'm in Ohio. Yeah, I've always said
Okay,
that.
all right. Okay, so yeah, Midwest guy. Fight on. Nice. Okay. But I don't know about here. If you turn on your TV tonight and watch like 48 hours, right? Like, hey, we got 48 hours to catch
Oh
this
yeah,
this murder guy, right? You turn on that on your cable TV or YouTube TV, you will see more of a crime scene. You will see guns and you will see bullets. What you will see is you will see blurred out faces, right? But you will see blood and you will see stretchers. You will see broken windows. You will see blankets with blood on them. You will see cell phones with blood on them. these are murders on TV, and some of these cases are still unsolved, right? Like the one we're talking about.
Yeah.
They have them on TV, yet you're telling me that the public has to just trust. You're telling me the public has to trust Bill Thompson, Brett Payne,
That's
basically a
what they want.
rookie cop, Judge Hippler, um, the city of Moscow. It's like, guys, I'm sorry. Um, I don't have enough going on in my life not to care about this. Like I got football and watching whatever whoever's plan this was fail. It's just like, I don't know. It's human nature to kind of see bad people like get what's coming to them, I guess. And that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Like, yeah, like the people who did put Brian away and thought they were sneakier than everyone else, like, uh, sucks. Like, sorry. Don't really feel bad for you guys. You tried, but it caught up to you. I don't know, just a quick little phone search of anyone involved, and I don't know who comes in. I don't know if the FBI comes in over the top and they can just be like, hey, we're gonna take a look at this. Like, we're actually gonna do all the investigating, instead of just like telling you to look at Brian's family tree and maybe it's him.
Right.
That's what the FBI did based on the evidence that I've seen. That's what I have. You
It
seen
seems.
his
It
name in
seems.
evidence? Where did his name come from now? Like, I still need to see that. Like, we haven't even seen that.
What, Brian's name?
Where does it come from?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
According supposedly it's an FBI tip, and I don't believe that.
Where? Where?
They
When?
knew, in my opinion, they knew who Brian Koberger was in November. Okay, at the very least, maybe even before that, but at the very least, they knew who he was in November. Why they waited the way they did, nobody's ever going to know. But I truly feel that they knew who he was way back then. So that's just my opinion. How they got to him, I have no idea. Ann even asked that. Why did you pick my client? You know what I mean?
I
And how did they get to him?
And I think the other thing that bothers me is like there's so many. It's not like, um, and I haven't got super into like true crime, so I'm trying to compare another case. But it's not like there were a lack of suspects. It's not like it was like, oh, it wasn't the husband, so who could it have been? Like, the husband was out of town. Who could have killed the wife? Like, well, she wasn't cheating on. It's like this was pretty fruitful in terms of like, hey, there's a lot of bodies here. There's a lot of potential suspects really close to the scene and the crime, and some suspicious stories. We can keep this all within a quarter-mile radius here. We do not need to go to Pullman, Washington to look for our suspect. But they didn't want to investigate themselves. That's not fun. That's not easy, or that's not hard to get Dylan. Who the fuck killed him, right? That's not fun.
Yeah.
That takes down their own people. Dylan's mom is intertwined there with some of the Moscow people. Dylan's dad has had some run-ins with authorities. Dylan's mom, or Xana's mom, obviously had some drug issues. Again, not saying one thing or the other is to blame for the loss of 4 lives, but they all are pieces of evidence in this case of why these kids were killed, and it's okay to look at tough things and bad things about people. We all have skeletons in our closet, and if I was involved or associated with the murder, like, yep, like I'm, I have to be willing to be like, yeah, like, here's my phone, like, shit, I was at the house at 2 a.m. And then keep it going from there. But you have to be willing to deal with it. It sounds like you just have a giant group of people that to this day are getting away with it. And they felt like they could get away with it from the start. And the only way you can do
Agreed.
that is if you have direct ties, and you saw it in the Karen Reed case. If you have direct ties to the people doing the investigation and the prosecuting, right? So there's links all up and down here that says, hey, look, the guys that were first on scene have ties to the guys doing the investigation, and they're all young and dumb and full of cum, and that's what you get when you have Payne showing up so late. And it's like, all right, like the officer's like, someone's got to call Payne. That's at noon. The officer is seen on camera at noon saying someone's got to call Payne, right?
Yeah, and he shows up at the police station at 2 something to do interviews instead of coming to the scene.
Oh, what
And then
the
well, he wasn't made the lead detective till the next 24 hours later. Barrett was the
what
lead.
why? Conflict
That's
of interest by
that's
the person that
yeah.
was supposed to be doing it. Where were
Barrett.
they?
That's it was Tyson Tyler. I always
It
screw up
was
his name. Ty
was
Barrett,
it?
I think it was.
Didn't he handle like a bunch of cases? And but like again, small community. If the lead investigator like that had any kind of interactions or family ties or something, they have to step away, right?
Yeah.
They have to, even if they had some kind of involvement or know something, they have to take a step back and say, look, Payne does have to deal with this, but that officer who's on scene right away, he's an older gentleman. He wasn't in uniform. You can see him going to dial, and he calls Payne immediately. Like Payne's got to get here. Like this is Payne's thing,
Yeah, that
and
was
that's
that
at
was
noon.
that was
Um,
Sergeant Warner. No, started with a W. Anyway, anyhow, the whole thing is
but it's
weird.
almost like it's
Yep.
they're locked in on that room in the bottom, right? They're the locked
Yeah,
room. Dylan doesn't seem to know it's on there.
I don't believe that either. But
There's a
yeah,
lot of apartments. It just seems like this house again. Its ownership is funky. It's just a weird. It seems like just a uh, bad, college party weekend story thing
everything about
gone
this is
wrong.
sketchy. Yeah,
And I don't know what or how it comes tumbling down. I don't know. It's like there's got to be good people involved here that are being affected negatively by this, but I don't know who that is, right? Like who is that right now? Because it doesn't seem like the victims' families give a shit,
I
right?
wonder. I wonder if at some point there's obviously other people that have some involvement with this, in my opinion, that could be negatively effective or should be or are being. My thought is at some point enough is going to be enough, and somebody's going to, I think, step forward and say, wait a minute, look, I know this is how this all played out, but this is actually not true, and this is where this is not right. Here's the truth. Because people can only take so much shit and sit on things like hold secrets, and even if your life is threatened for a period of time, when eventually if you have a conscience and you're not dead inside, it's going to come back and bite you. You're going to have to speak, and I'm expecting something like that to happen here probably within the next year or so, that there's going to be some people that come forth and say, hey, listen, I know this and this, and here's the proof of it. And when that happens, that's probably when all the shit's really going to hit the fan with this. But when is the question that it will actually happen? And like I said, people can only sit on things for so long, and it's gonna bug them. It's gonna eat them up. And I think a lot of people have said, that Hunter himself does not look like the same person from when this happened. And I said, well, if we go with his story, it's a lot of stress. That's your friend, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Or is it? Is it because you know something more and you've been sitting on that, and you've been told to shut your mouth, or something bad could happen to you too? Or because there's a lot of people, a couple people that I know personally, we used to work doing YouTube together and stuff, went there on foot and tried to talk to people, and people were like, either, no, I'm afraid to talk, get away, you shouldn't be here, I'm not going to say a word to you, things like that. People don't just talk to people that way about a situation that's like this. There's reasons for that. And were people threatened? Well, were people just afraid of, backlash because of what they saw happen, or what? But it's not normal, for that to happen, for people to shy away. Usually people run to people and say, hey, I know what happened, I want to tell you something. Not in this case. It's very odd how weird it is that happens. So I will say that. Most definitely will say that.
Yeah. I'm looking at Scott Green. I'm just looking around here.
Now, he's another big part of this that should have never been. Like I said, I've been screaming about this for almost 3 years now. That man worked for the university. That's what he did.
Right.
He's not a cop. He's not an attorney. He's not any of those other things.
Right.
But he was involved in every aspect of the investigation, which blows my damn mind. Still to this day, I don't understand why. That'd be like you or me walking up to the police station and say, "Hey, I want to sit on your conferences and stuff." For what? We why?
Yeah.
I
Um.
understand he's got the best interest of the university. Supposedly that's what he's there for, but I think there's more to it than that.
He's a business guy. He went to Harvard Business School. He's there to
Right
make sure they're
there it is.
profitable
It says
and
that the U of I funds MPD. Absolutely.
yeah.
We don't know where pain works too, by the way. So think about that.
Twiz, I missed you. I love you. Welcome back. I saw your tweet today. Twiz puts his neck beard out on the line for all of us. He deserves respect and appreciation for questioning the official narrative since day one, which was that
Agreed.
Brian Kohlberger shut his phone off. Twiz was the first one on this, and that's the main thing that I I'll be honest. When I first heard it was Brian Kohlberger, like immediately that you know what was it, December, whatever it was, January, whatever, whenever he got arrested. When did he get
December, yeah.
arrested?
December, yeah.
December. Okay, right. It's like, okay, it's like this is strange, right? Doesn't make sense. Idaho, it's holiday season, like whatever. And then I kind of put it on the back burner. I'm like, well, you start looking into it. It's like, okay, immediately it's like, why? That's the first thing I do is like, why did these kids, it's like, what was going on there? And then you start Google mapping and seeing where the school is. You see it's around a frat. And then you see the fact that there's nothing coming out about what really happened. And you start like questioning like how things are operating and what's going on. And Twiz says, wait, you guys are saying he shut his phone off and you say he was heading this way. And it's like, well, who's saying that? That's all we're asking, and that's all we've ever asked is like, where's that data coming from? Whose narrative is this? All we want to know is the facts. Like, what happened? If it was Brian, we're cool with that. Like, people kill people all the time. It happens, unfortunately. We can live with it. We're adults. But that phone data is like, all right, where was he? Did he act? Did the phone turn off? We had Jen McCabe like deleting How's Long to Die in the Cold, right? And there's a big debate on when that happened. But we had like manual power off and temperatures of people's phones. And you're telling me we can't figure out where Brian Kohlberger was? And we can't figure out where like these Apple Watches were? And like whose movements were where on the night or the morning of
Oh,
the murders?
I think
And
they
it's
knew where he was. I do think they knew where he was.
And if he was there, then it's like, okay, fine. Show me he was there. Then be like, whoa, how the hell did he pull this off? Like, because not only is it wildly impressive, um, but it's improbable. And like we just want to know as the public, like, oh, there are these freak athletes in society that can slice and dice four people, like only leave a sliver of DNA and get out of there. So, but Twiz, he puts his neck out there. He knows that some dudes are at Jack in the Box or Taco Bell at like 4 a.m, and that's an alibi. Which is like, didn't Hunter say he was going to bed?
Yeah. They said he went.
Hunter
to
was
bed
at the
and-
grub truck with them, or what? Twiz hates when people bring up the truck, because I agree with him. It's irrelevant.
Mhm. Agreed.
It's. I don't know what it gives us outside of proof of life, maybe, and that's like I don't even
That's
trust
it.
that. I don't even trust that timestamp really. But okay, so it gives us maybe a proof of life, but now even then. Dylan brings in this whole like time zone change thing where
Yeah.
it's like, okay, if that's the case, if I don't know, maybe Twiz can help us out in that neck of the woods. if there's any chance that the Grubhub truck or whatever we're calling it was videotaped at a certain hour and we think it's 2 a.m., but say it's 1 or say it's 3, or I'm assuming it might be 2. But
Right.
if Hunter says he's there with them at 2 and then he goes home and goes to bed and the police just say, okay, and that's it. And there's no like,
But they don't follow up, nor have they followed up with anything. None of their stuff in their reports. There's no follow ups. It's like we spoke to so and so and said that they went to the store at 2:15 a.m. Then they went and peed at 2:30 and went to bed. End of interview. What the hell? They didn't follow up with anybody or any people that they should have followed up with that had some suspicious interviews to begin with. They just let it all go. And it's because, and in a lot of the reports, it says, well, Brian Koberg was arrested at that point. And what does that even mean? So what?
yeah, I always highlight. I have one of my tweets where
It
it
pisses me
highlights
off.
like there's like a tweet that I highlighted like, and it irks me till the end of time. It's like they have these multiple DNA samples, and like Payne is on record saying like we figured we'd go back and test them if we had to. Like, no, we've got our guy. We don't need to test that right now.
Bullshit.
Like it's like the overconfidence in it. It's like, okay, like your job is to like figure out who killed them, not to cover it up. And unfortunately, I don't know how it works with like in Ohio. I know where I'm at, there's a little more like cross county investigation work where, but Idaho might be like too dispersed for that to happen. It
What do
probably
you mean?
is.
What do you mean? As in what? Like,
In terms of like if a murder happens say in one county, there's any kind of like conflict of interest with like the local police enforcement,
mhm.
they will immediately call in a neighboring county or a neighboring
Oh yeah.
crew to
We
come in
we
to
do. Okay, so if something happens I live in Trumbull County. Okay,
sure.
if something happens in Trumbull County, the sheriff's immediately the one that's there. They call in OSP, Ohio State Police, but mostly we have the they're called the BCI, the Bureau of Criminal Investigation. They cover everything all over
Okay,
wherever you're at. So if it's something that's more than just like a home robbery or a home invasion, if it's a murder or anything like
right.
that, the BCI gets called in immediately and they take over the whole investigation. They usually bring in the FBI if they need to, ATF, whoever else would need to come in on depending on what circumstances are. So
Okay, yeah. So I think Moscow just being so small and remote. But again, I didn't realize how close that University of Idaho and Washington State University were.
oh yeah,
That in itself, for example, like
they stay the same 911 center.
right, exactly. So like in that case where it's like, hey, it might even be cross state where it's like, hey, we're gonna call in Pullman County from Washington to investigate this murder. Why? Well, unfortunately, like we had an officer within 100 yards of the murder scene at 3:30 in the morning, and 911 wasn't called, and we can't be involved. Like, nope. Like immediately. Like,
Yeah.
wait, stop, everyone stop. Like, call Pullman in. What? They'll be there in 30 minutes. You to invest, a couple investigators. You tape it off. You do a proper investigation.
They
Again,
They definitely work together. I mean, when the Brent Kopaka situation went down, that's Pullman PD, and they're there doing their thing, but so
yeah,
was so
Kopaka's
was so was Chief Fry and Payne and a couple other officers from
yeah,
Moscow. So they work together.
Kopaka's intertwined in this in some way, shape, or form, and the reason being is because you have a dead body and you have an investigation by there's crossover. So yes, they are related in that way. I just like does it directly have some involvement? I don't know. Did Kopaka go in there and let the world know. But I think they were running some kind of little Moscow PD, whether it was drugs or money or whatever they were doing. And Kopaka and Koberger and some of these other people were just little pawns. And Kopaka got picked off, and Koberger got picked off.
I think
And
I think there were a lot of pawns in this that just did what they were doing, and everybody else of importance above them moved the
right,
pawns, moved the
right.
pawns.
Because if they get death penalty, if they push and get death penalty approved in Idaho and they wipe out Koberger, well, they go back to business as normal, right? No one says a thing. Right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
none of us talk. If they pinned it and did it right, right? He's already done. Like he's done. He's guilty. He was guilty a year and a half, 2 years ago. Now he's just awaiting trial. No one's saying anything about him. He's just sitting there, sitting there, sitting there. They get but that didn't happen, right?
right.
Then there's that, and then it's like, okay, well, now we might have to go to trial. Fuck. Now, not everyone thinks he's guilty. Shit. We've got these annoying people on Twitter and YouTube and Facebook, and people like they're asking questions we didn't think they'd ask. Shit. And now they're still doing that, but instead they're playing the longer game of blacking out the videos and blacking out the transcripts and doing all this little stuff. And it's like, okay, that's fine. It- at some point, it's got to come out. Whether Ann Taylor does a live stream and says, "Oh, here we were talking about this." Like, why can't she do that legally? What is she going to get charged with if she's reading a sentence like from memory from a redacted thing? Like, "Oh yeah, that was Hunter and Block Jack. They were bringing the dead bodies from the frat house into the house to drop them off," or like we had it all figured out, but we were, so I don't know what the end game there is. But it's like, why is it redacted? Like, it's like they're redacting, like, Kaylee was stabbed in the face 75 times. That's redacted in there. It's like, well, why? Like, that's just information, right? It's just the truth. If that's what you're covering up, I don't see legally what the benefits are, especially when you haven't provided one sole piece of evidence that like connects any dot. They don't even have dots. They just have a blank sheet of paper.
Good point. Good point. That's why I'm glad that not that we're going to get much, but that's why we're hitting these documents that have been re-released, unsealed, I should say. Though they've been redacted, that's why we're hitting these tonight. And maybe there'll be something that pops out, maybe not. I have doubts, but I still want to cover them all and check into them all and see what we do get possibly. Do I expect anything more than what we have? No, I don't. They're going to keep us where we're at. They have us where they want us. It's up to us, if at all, to be able to pull this together and figure out what is what, if at all, like I said. So that's exactly why we're looking at all this stuff. And I will continue doing this until something either makes some kind of sense or it just disappears. And even then, I'll still be looking at something. So either way, but I appreciate you popping up here, brother. I do love hearing from you. I guess a lot of people know who you are via Twitter. I don't get on there, so don't think that I'm not paying attention to you on there. I just don't get on Twitter because it's so much drama half the time. I just don't like it.
It's a cruel space, but
It is. I used to be on there. I don't do it anymore.
I was able to it was a war day ago. I was in
Sure.
the
I'm
I
sure.
was in the mud for months. I had to make I probably made like 3 different burner accounts to try to like infiltrate like this weird like group of people that are tied obviously directly to Moscow in the case. You can tell based on their
Yeah.
commitment to Brian's
Right.
guilt. And I tried to like sneak into their interweb by like using burners and playing like I was on their side, and it didn't work. And then finally, I kind of was able to use some of what they knew ahead of time against them, being like, wait, the only way that person could have said that 2 months ago, right? Is if they were working within this, right? There's no way they would have known about that. And they
Yeah.
tweeted about it. So like
Right.
now I get to go back and because I'm a kind of weirdo about it, the case, and I'm arrogant and I think these people are stupid and mean and trying to cover up murders. I'm now getting to go back and use it and say, okay, everything when they get really defensive about someone online saying something correct, it's like, oh. So
Yes.
then I've been able to puzzle it and use these arrogant people on Twitter to now form these new opinions and express them and say, hey, look, all we're doing is asking questions. So
Right. Hey,
I'm
Dustin.
excited. I'm excited to let you go through this and see if you find anything cool tonight.
Sounds good, bro. I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate you. You know, you're always welcome. Anytime we do this, love your input. I have seen the stuff you put on Twitter. I go through it, but I don't stay in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Dylan, you think of me
um,
very differently.
no. I know what you're doing. I appreciate what you're doing. I know what Twiz does. I respect him quite a bit for what he does too, and many of the other, I call them Twitter warriors that are out there doing their thing. I did it before I came into the true crime community back when I was trying to take down bullies and stuff like that in the drama communities, and I got burnt out bad over there, and it's so poisonous over there. So I just said,
It,
nah, I'm good.
even if you use it as you can clip a 15-second bit or something, or have
Right.
someone do it for you and just tweet it out saying, hey, come join. You might get a little more traffic. There
I
are some
do.
good, there are
Yeah.
some good people. And what my, to be honest, my goal, one of my goals, and what I've been able to do with it, and what I think you should continue doing, is continue to talk about it with openness, in hopes that what you referenced earlier was someone with a good conscience is going to reach out and say,
Mm,
okay, and maybe it is this
yes.
Dylan Mort character that was founded to find the truth, and it's like, okay, because they don't know what to do with the information, because Bethany had exculpatory information, and so there's multiple other people, but they've went to people, and it's been put away. We're all the way to the point where someone's pled guilty for the crimes, and it's been put away, and someone's got to be saying like, oh my gosh. And it's like, okay, I might be able to do something. I'm going to make sure I get it in the right person's hands, and you would too, right? And
Absolutely.
to be able to use like, hey, good hard evidence and say, hey, I know this for a fact, and I'll say it anonymously, but I can show you I was here, and this is what happened, and I have it documented, and it's like, oh, cool. Then we can actually call the city of Moscow and, bug them more, saying, hey, if you don't unredact this, we're going to go public with this, and you guys are going to be charged with redacting that said information, right? So that's how you get them to release the information, is to find it before, and then essentially threaten them with releasing it, saying, hey, we know you're redacting it.
Well,
There's no reason to redact it. If you don't, we are going to sue the city because you guys are withholding this public information for no reason. And that's how you get information that's due to us in a respectful, nonviolent, very mature way. Is just say, hey,
one of my it's funny you said that. One of my thought processes has been more recently, a lot of people that know me know that I have a very deep passion for this case and for the investigation, their lack of. And I have, from the beginning I've covered this. So one of my thought processes recently has been to it's obvious that it irritates Stephen Hippler when people call into the city and make statements and ask questions and do this and do that. Lana's done it, and even the Gonsalves said that we should do it. So what I've been thinking is that maybe we need to start calling repeatedly and asking for truth and this and that and this until they get so irritated that maybe they will. I doubt it, but if
have
nothing else, it's not for lack of trying. Let me put it that way.
it was I hopped on a couple weeks ago during that one hearing, right? When my mask guy and that one chick. I forgot her name who worked for the city. She's like the city attorney lady. She's kind of cute. She's like a little Latino looking chick with a big forehead. You know who I'm talking about? Mia.
I don't, but go
Me,
ahead.
I think her name's like Mia or like something like that. Anyways, she was in the hearing, like trying to like, and like this other guy was like, I don't know why the public wants to see the pictures of the dead bodies. Like, who would want to see that? What do they get out of it? It's like, well, I'm not like over here like pleasuring myself to them, sir. I'm literally just trying to find out who killed Idaho 4. If you think that's weird or creepy, we just have different definitions of it. I find enjoyment of finding the truth in things. I think it's interesting that 4 kids go to college and get murdered in a small town. I think it's fascinating that in today's society, these things happen.
Yeah.
If that makes us weird and creepy and a pedophile, well then so be it. I'm okay with if people with irrelevant thoughts like that have that to
Yeah.
say. But
Here's
if
that's
you
it.
say Idaho's so beautiful and they have potatoes, like let's see it flourish. Let's see Moscow become a place where people from the Midwest and Ohio can say, look, I know it's 20 grand a year, but like it's a cheap flight into, Pullman, and you can drive to both campuses and it's good education. Yeah, great. I doubt that's happening, especially
Well,
if we find out.
weirdly enough, because I went and looked it up. Ever since this happened, Idaho University's enrollment has gone up. Don't ask me to explain that. I don't even want to know why. Probably curiosity, how that works. But like I said, what my reason is that the Central Park 5, if anybody's familiar with that really happened. Okay, that's a horrible story. The West Memphis 3 happened, and there's many other cases that have happened, and this is another version of that, in my opinion. I'm tired of seeing that shit happen. I'm tired of seeing innocent people go through this shit. I'm tired of seeing corrupted police forces get away with what they're getting away with. I'm tired of seeing corrupted government systems do what they're doing and get away with it and tell everybody they're stupid. You're looking in the wrong direction. You need to shut up and sit down. This is wrong. So on and so forth. I'm just tired of that. So I will not stop talking about this. I may stop talking about Brian himself, but I'm not going to stop talking about this, because this is you and me and Twiz and Rach and Zakali and anybody else that lives in this damn country that could be and very possibly will be at one day, or somebody else that we know going through the same situation, as long as we sit here and let this shit happen. That's
And
why.
I'm gonna piggyback right off of that. It's a completely separate case, but if you trust how I looked at or how I'm looking at this Idaho 4 case, there is a more local case with a gentleman named Zachariah Anderson who
Yeah,
is
I
locked
know
up
who.
in Wisconsin, and he is innocent of his crimes. And the similar thing was done to him with false DNA being somehow claimed to have been found. They
Right.
never found the body. He is serving a life sentence now for that, and he has been convicted. And it is the same thing, and they got away with it. They convicted the wrong guy,
Right.
and used falsified phone data and a falsified murder time, and they guessed on everything and had no concrete evidence. And he is in jail because a jury, like they would have done to Brian in Idaho, had they got it their way, would have convicted him. But luckily they didn't. So that is another case for the people listening.
Another
Just
Richard Allen. Yep.
look at it. Zachariah Anderson deserves
Oh
to
yeah.
be freed and go back to his lovely kids, and his ex-wife, who told the police to look at him, is how they got the tip. His ex-wife
Of course.
told police to look at him. So there are cases all the time. This is another one of them. I hope that they don't get away with it. but yeah, it is terrible. And yeah, again, we don't have to talk about Brian. There's
Not at all.
we know everything about Brian because they tore his life apart.
That's
He's not a very interesting guy. It's nothing. It's not cool. It's not, they try to compare to Bundy. It's like, no, this guy wasn't Bundy. He wasn't.
Not even remotely close to Bundy.
No, he didn't have a spirited personality. He didn't have a real dark side that anyone can really point to. He was
He was an autistic person that they bullied.
he was weird, right? Like
I don't even like to say that because my child, I have a 19-year-old son that's autistic that has acted a lot of the same ways that Brian Koberger's acted, and they picked on him and pulled him apart because
yeah,
he's different. He's different.
I had a good tweet the other day that had a fair amount of likes. I like to pat myself on the back sometimes, but it literally that they're framing a guy with autism, a guy that clearly has just a little social lack of awareness and communication skills, and yeah, he's smart and he can get through life and he can do all the things that most of adults can do, but there is a tick there that's just not, and everyone can see it, everyone understands it, they don't judge him for it. He gets through just fine. We're mature about it when we meet guys like that. It's like, okay, we get it, like it is what it is. But
he couldn't even figure out himself, bro. He couldn't even figure himself out, but he figured it out enough to go kill 4 people.
Yeah, and it's like okay,
that bullshit. I'm sorry, no.
Yeah, it's like, all right, unfortunately a little too far fetched, and yeah, and I don't know, it makes you look at it and say, okay, well, Bethany is clearly not intelligent enough to plan this. So when people make fun of it, like, oh, you think the girls planned to cover up? It's like, well, no. Like, no, she's just the pawn. Like the dumb blonde pawn. Like, shut up. This is all you know. If you say anything else, Bethany, anything else except 420 and 430, and
you're gonna be in all sorts of shit.
Yeah,
that's it.
You're in trouble. So whoever's communicating that, I hope we get to that point and find that person. Yep. I don't know if it's someone within the Moscow Police Department. I don't know if it's frat bros. I don't know if it's ex-boy. I don't know. We don't know. I'm unfortunately I haven't been. I joke about knowing who killed Idaho 4, obviously in sarcasm. I know it wasn't Brian Koberger. That's my point, and it is going to be fascinating to figure out. My most curious question is if they happened at the same time. I'm under the impression that one was wrong place, wrong time. Shit. Like you walked in at the wrong time, girls. Or was it hit? Was it multiple different reasons? Is it, hey, we're gonna do this, you want to do this type thing?
Because you know what, truly, not to interrupt you, but I still, because of my ADHD, if I don't say what I'm thinking, I'll forget it. But because of the fact that we don't know exactly when Xana and Ethan came home for sure. Okay, I still wonder in the back of my mind if somebody followed them home or came home with them and something erupted from that point. It was stated a long time ago that this was known, that this was going to happen. Not per se exactly what happened, that something was going to happen, possibly a shakedown or something before it happened. Okay, days maybe before it happened, that a lot of people knew. And it just went way, way further than it was supposed to. And that many people knew after the fact, and they know he's involved. And that's why they're not talking.
Right, and Steve's new car with Kaylee coming back to town, and Bethany being dumb about it, and it being a big weekend, and cops being near, and frats being near. It's just it's a tangled web, and it's almost kind of like outside looking in. What do you do? Who goes after who, right? Like there's a lot there's a lot of crime, but who's worth it? Like, do we just go after the murderers, or do you go after the con artists on the back end?
You need to go after whoever's behind the whole thing.
Right, but who does?
That's
Like,
that's
who's
who it
signing
is.
up to go out to live in Moscow and prosecute that case for 2 years?
Of
Like,
course, of
who the
course.
fuck wants to do that?
Right, right.
No one wants
Agreed.
to. I
Agreed.
mean, I don't want to go sit there and like interview people. If you like had to like, hey, go check this stuff. Fuck that. I don't do that. Twiz will do
I'll
it.
be honest with you. If I didn't have a family, I'd go.
Yeah,
I'd go live there for 6
but
months, a
but
year,
it's
whatever
like
it takes.
we need some hotshot attorney, but like Brian Kober ain't Karen Reed, like right? Brian Kober's the weirdo. Like he's not. He's got nothing. So like
We need to have an attorney, a really good attorney, but nobody wants to touch this. But we need to have an attorney that's really good to
Well,
step into this and offer his services.
dude,
For-
I thought Ann Taylor was gonna be that, like kind of the cute, like blonde girl, like, and then she like started
Well,
talking, and then it's like shit, like,
I don't
you're
blame Ann. I
overwhelmed.
know a lot of people do, and I don't blame her because I feel like
Nah,
she went as far as she could go, and then this wasn't supposed. They were never going to let this go through, in my opinion. Okay, no matter what she did, I think she saw it for what it was. She went as far as she could take this, hit a brick wall, and that's why we're at the position we're at. Okay, that's my thought on her, and we don't know. The last statement she made was that she's not going to be coming out and making any public statements, and they're not going to be doing anything like that. But they're going to be taking that time, and they're going to continue helping their client in the background. And they've not put in to take themselves out as his defense team or nothing like that yet. And I'm still thinking that they're helping him in any aspect they can at this point. We'll
but
see. I don't know.
did you see that the state? So the four uh alternate suspects that Ann Taylor provided.
Mhm.
That Hippler said no evidence, right? Hippler says nothing. There's nothing there.
Well,
That's
they're not.
Hippler.
There's no
That's
relation to
Hippler.
there's no relation to the car, so they're not important, right?
Right. So like Hippler says nope, wrong, whatever. It's like, all right, Hippler, like got it. Like you're the lead detective now. Okay.
He's one of the lead
You're
prosecutors.
not gonna let the jury hear it. You're just gonna say no, the jury trust me. It's not these guys. The state was gonna be calling those four individuals as witnesses against
Mhm.
Brian Koberger. How like you're talking two completely different theories. One, you have the one side saying these four guys killed the Idaho Four, and the other side saying no, these guys are going to say Brian did it. It's
Of
like
course.
Bill Thompson, you believe that that Brian did it, and these four. It's like Bill, you're a professional, you're a lawyer. Like
That's how they play the game, bro.
it's
That's
like
how he plays the game. That's why he's the number one in charge of this whole thing. Period.
I
No,
mean,
I know it. I know what it's all about, though. SRB. I know. I've got pieces and parts of things from people sending me shit. We're gonna get to it though, for sure. But yeah, you're right though. It's insane. That's how they play the game. Whoever gets to them people first, he knew what he was doing. That's why he grabbed them peeps. End of story. So it's a joke. It's insane and it's a joke, but still, it just proves how deep this goes and how corrupt that old man is, in my opinion. Period. There's nothing else to say about that. But
oh,
very true.
Bill.
Bill, yeah. That dude should be ashamed of himself. He's got a special place in hell waiting for him when he finally goes.
Hey, what about that? What about that little weird weasel looking dude they brought in? He looks
Hurwitz,
like he looks like the guy from Billy Madison that that's who
Josh
he looks
Hurwitz,
like.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They brought
Uh,
him in on purpose too.
what so like what after he showed up, he was only there for a couple of little hearings. He showed face a couple times, didn't say much, and then all of a sudden we start pleading. So he came in from the feds, right? Where was he?
When all the shit hit the fan, yeah.
That's when that dude got killed out there, right?
Um, wait a minute. Who are you talking about? Bill Nye, or Josh Hurwitz?
I'm talking the dude that sits next to Bill Thompson.
Hurwitz, the
Like,
younger
yeah,
looking guy with the weird, yeah.
yeah.
That's
He has
Hurwitz.
He had some background, and when he came to town, and then also, he only showed face a couple times, and then that dude got killed up in that standoff or whatever, and then the FBI came to town, and then shortly after that, that's when the plea came out. So this dude gets shot up in the mountains, right? And then we got this new little Herwood guy, whatever you want to call him, next
He
to Bill
came from
Thompson.
he came from the U.S. District Attorney's
He,
Office.
he came from the U.S. District Attorney Office, and all of a sudden, some firefighter or some shit, he's getting shot up there in the mountains, and the
Mhm.
FBI comes to town and it's like, "Hey, Brian, we're gonna plea, buddy." And now it's like, okay, how long ago was that? How many days has it been since the news broke? I should know this. I got to be better than this. How many days has it been since I was informed that Brian Kohlberger was going to accept a plea deal? It's got to be what, 2 months, right? Does
Yeah,
anyone have that?
40, about a month and a half.
Biden
Maybe.
hired him. Biden hired him. That's what the Biden hired Biden. Someone just said Biden hired.
He hired him into the U.S. Attorney's Office. Yeah.
Okay, so Biden hires him, and then he gets brought in on this case really late. But why? Like, it's just why? If it's just a random killing, if it's just Brian Kober went and randomly killed these kids, like you guys are saying, why? This should be an
They
easy case to prosecute, right? Like,
they
this is.
they they claim they brought him in for the psychic, or not psychic, the psychological background aspect to this. I don't think that's it.
But
I think they brought him in.
they weren't
There's
claiming insanity.
no, but
They were just ready to rip to trial.
because of the fact that he had to have the analysis, this background analysis and all that shit done. They brought him in for this and that. I don't think that's why. I think they brought him in because there's a drug aspect to this that they wouldn't put out on the table. That's just my opinion. And he was there for specific things.
What
in
if
my
it had something to do with Trump blowing up that boat off the coast the other night?
I
Dang.
didn't even see that. I don't even watch the news, dude. I'm here because I don't trust the news. But
Oh, that's fair. But yeah, so when he gets to town, then that guy gets shot up there, and then all of a sudden, Brian, please, it's like, all right, like at some point, like the public, like someone, I don't know if it's the governor or like some kind of like FBI, someone's got to do a press conference and be like, hey, like we got the wrong guy, but like as a like this is like right, like someone's got to say something, otherwise we're just gonna be sitting here like at like never ends,
yeah,
right?
no,
I
I
don't
got
know.
you. Right. I know what you
But
mean. 100%. Absolutely. Well, I do want to jump into some of these, bro. I appreciate definitely your input and your thoughts on this for sure. And
I'm
any,
muting myself. Let me know if you
anytime
need
you want
me.
to bring more to the table with it, please feel free. Anything, I take it all in, every bit of it, and I want to hear it all. So I appreciate you. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start going through these that we can get through some of them. And again, guys, for those of you that just came in or that came in after the fact when I first started, these are the unsealed but clearly redacted documents that have been put out again, basically. And I'm gonna go through these and just like I do with regular documents. If there's not a lot to it, we're just gonna go through it and be done and move to the next. If there's something important in it, we're gonna go through it. So this one here is the second notice of filing defendants additions / objections to the juror questionnaire under seal. Comes now. You know how all that stuff is. This is about the jury questionnaire that was received in court on June 18th of 25. And this is basically how they were questioning the jury when they were trying to put the jury together. These are the questions they were going to ask them. Their attitudes regarding the death penalty, things like that type stuff. I don't know how much of this you guys are interested in with this kind of stuff, but it's truly all it is. Okay. So that one was re-released, and as you know and can tell, folks, they're only giving us a bunch of stupid shit that we don't really need. But like up here, they put out in the very top, it's pictures. They were they put out the copy of the Jesus criminy. I just read it. Where'd it go? State's exhibits are photographs of the victims. Okay, we got four of those, and we also have the redacted copy of the order modifying the no contact order. We have multiple copies of that. And then on down the list, I'll show you the list, by the way. I like to do that too, so you guys can see what's new and what's not. Sorry, you guys. So on down, that's the one that we just looked at, I believe, right there. And then we got the Exhibit W to the defendant's 24 supplemental request for discovery listed. And again, there it is, page 1. It's the copy of all arrest reports charging. Sorry, you guys, I forgot to do it. Charging documents and videos for Molly Marie McMichael. They redacted that for whatever reason from June 1st to 22 through May 31st to 25. Copy of all email communication between the Gonsalves family, their attorney or representative, and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office relating to Molly McMichael. So there was communication between Steve or Shannon about Molly between them, obviously, is what this is stating. By the way, Doc, you know you're welcome to join me, brother, if you want to jump up. It's pinned at the top of the link, as always. Any updated supplemental reports and or recordings of interviews conducted by law enforcement with Molly. And that's it for that one there. Hold on. All right, this one. Let me see here. I got questions about that, by the way, the last one we looked at. Sealed and unredacted. It says redacted. Exhibit S1 states response to the defendant's 24th supplemental request for discovery. Exhibit W. The copy of all arrest reports, charging documents, and videos for Molly Marie McMichael. I don't know what the hell they have blanked out. Something from June 1st to 22 through May 31st to 25. Discovery location is an audio-visual number there. Bureau of Workman's Comp videos for, I guess that's what BWC stands for, unless it means something else. I was going to say that, Wade, and I was going to wait to get through that, but do you guys remember when Steve stated that he was going to go and meet up with an informant, quote unquote, at a motel or something like that, and body worn camera? Thank you, Fizzy. I don't know why the hell I said Bureau of Workman's Comp. Thank you so much. I'm such an idiot. That makes way more sense. I'm thinking too fast in my mouth. My mouth is running fast and my brain's going anyway. Anyway, he said that the FBI threatened to arrest him if he went and met up with this criminal informant. Remember that? Or this informant person at the hotel. I'm starting to wonder if that right there is who that was. That's the date of birth. Thank you. Nothing. I really said Bureau of Workers' Comp. Anyway, body-worn camera videos for September 4th to 24 and September 5th. We know what that's from. And then the date discovered was July 7th to 25. The state's requested the balance of this request and will discover upon request or receipt. Copy of all email communications between Gonsalves family, their attorney, or representative in Latah County Prosecutor's Office relating to Molly McMichael. The state has complied with this request. The state reserves the right to object to further disclosures that are outside the scope of the above request pursuant to ICE Rule number 16, and the state's provided the following. There's the Bates number, the email from Steve, June 19th to 25, and an email from Shannon, June 16th to 25. And then the date discovered on that was the July 7th to 25. Copy of all email communications from the Latah County Prosecutor's Office and law enforcement and or other agents relating to Molly McMichael. The state objects to this request as it is exempted from disclosure pursuant to Rule 16. Any updated supplement reports and or recordings of interviews conducted by law enforcement with Molly. The state has requested this information and will discover upon request. So the date, I was just going to say that, folks. The date's discovered July 7th of 25. Does anybody else think that's odd besides me? I'm glad you pointed that out, Fizzy. But anybody at all? And Twiz, you're welcome to jump up too, bud, if you want to. It's up to you. I'm just saying that that's odd to me. And like I said, I feel real confident now believing that I think that this is who the informant was that Steve was going to go meet up with, where they say that he says they threatened to arrest him if he did. I truly believe that's who this is. And yeah, 5 days after the plea. Anybody? Something's wrong with that. Just saying. Just saying. So I took some notes down on this. I'm going to be looking into that a little bit more if I can and seeing what I can come up with on that aspect. Not that I will, but I'm going to be trying, if nothing else.
Is the governor of Idaho Republican?
I have no idea, brother. No idea.
I'm just in regards to like the feds coming in, if the governor would get along with the Republican kind of side of the FBI right now in terms of, because you said that guy was hired by Biden, the prosecutor guy, but I'm saying if someone else is going to come in and investigate this and popping that off 5 days after the plea, doesn't that sound like someone else came in and was like, hey, we're going to take this case over? And
Kinda, yeah. I can see
like,
that.
I don't know. It
I don't
just,
know. I mean, it does make sense what you're saying for sure. It could be. It could be. That'd be interesting. That could be why it's been so quiet on that end of things. It'd be interesting. It would be real interesting. Todd Click and Greg Ferenczi was an FBI task force member, and after he came forward for the defense, he was gunned down outside the FBI office. Oh yeah, yeah. Yep.
what FBI office? When
That
was
was
that?
that was
What? Is
that was
that real?
not in this case. Not in this case.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah, it
what?
wasn't
I
in
was
this
like,
case at all. But still,
oh,
it did
okay.
happen.
Well, yeah, that
Yeah,
when the feds
I
all
guess
came to
Trump,
town, I
Trump
think,
fired this guy. That's why they said you can resign or we're gonna boot you. So that's why he left.
okay, got it.
So this next one here, folks, is court minutes. The date is July 18th from that hearing. I guess they had redacted a lot of that stuff. If I remember right, I think that was a split hearing that day. It gives it at like yeah, it was 1:25:05 p.m. We ran the morning part of it live here, and then they shut it down and went private with it. Melissa says yes, he is Republican, and his friends with Trump. Okay.
That just goes back to when Trump like tweeted about it or whatever. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, and I wish he'd get a little more involved in it.
Right. So I think again, that's just like me outside looking in. Like he said, when did he say something about it? And that was right after the plea. So it's like, all right, the feds are involved in Moscow. Even on this page at the bottom, you're looking at something's redacted there, right? It's like,
Oh, a lot of
it's
it, yeah.
yeah, it's like okay, why? Like, who cares?
Right.
But go on.
Exactly. Anyway, on we go. Yeah, I don't do politics in here just because, but it is what it is.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm not talking
No, I know,
politics in terms
not
of
you.
what we are or not, whether it's Democrat or Republican. I'm saying in terms of as this case moves forward, how we might be looking at like who's in charge of it, right? Like,
Sure. Yeah.
okay, if the governor is Republican and is in line with Trump and Twiz or whoever said is friends with Trump, well then that makes it easier for people to comprehend like, oh, yeah, the feds might swoop in and throw a task force at this and figure it out real quick and lock some people up and fine some people and get some new people in office and whatever. So that's why we're not talking politics per se. It's more of talking in it within
Right.
the
Right.
discussion of the murders. But yeah,
No,
I do not come to Dago Cafe in the
clarifying.
mornings to sip my coffee and talk Republican Democrat conventions.
No. I just want to clarify for the rest of the community that's why I
Yep.
don't get into that. But I know what you were meaning. It's all
Heck
good.
yeah.
So then we got where are we at here? 1:25:05 p.m. It says the sealed section starts here, and it gives off the case number versus Koberger. Read the alternate perpetrator sealed. Court resumes at 1:25 125.12, all parties previously present are again in court, blah, blah, blah. 125.30, this portion of the hearing sealed. And it says 125.33, we are here for the alternate perpetrator argument. After would like to discuss the concerns, demands that have been made related to the so-called investigation, and then just some trial miscellaneous stuff. So let's start with the alternate perpetrator arguments. Again, 126, counsel for the defense, Eliza Massoth, starts speaking, says, we have submitted material in briefing, so unless you have specific questions, I don't know that there is that much difference between the state's position and our position. Does the court have specific questions? Hippler says, I don't have specific questions. Of course not. Massoth again, my understanding of the state's position is that they don't have a problem with us confronting this evidence. And to the extent that we do that throughout the trial, we will do that step by step. If there's a development by the end and we could ask the court for an alternate perpetrator's instruction, we will discuss that then. We have absolutely no intention of using those words in an opening statement. Hippler says, let's find out what the state's position is. I, too, was curious in their briefing as to the statement that they have no objection to confrontation and cross-exam, which, of course, they have, but then the question becomes scope. Then Big Bill gets up and says, I think that we may be dealing a bit with an issue of semantics. State views alternate perpetrator evidence as being very defined category. Defendant will argue that he didn't do it and that this particular person did. Defense does not have factual basis to make that kind of an argument. They have provided general information that they might ask investigators about to deal with the scope of the investigation, but not to the point of justifying them pointing to a particular person. Saying that that's an alternate perpetrator, looking at the defendant's most recent filing response to the state's objection, there is mention about the defense's theory that there might be more than one perpetrator. That is not alternate perpetrator evidence. They are welcome to cross-examine the scope and the quality of the investigation, but they should be directed that they cannot focus or direct the jury to say this other person or this other person is the person who committed these crimes. And then it comes down, Massoth gets back up and says, I want to clarify two reasons why there was a statement about there could be more. One being that we have not looked at all of the tip evidence that is coming in, which is just a ginormous amount, sorry. We wouldn't just surprise you. We know that you don't like surprises. And when it comes to the other thing, with regard to numbers beyond 4, I think that the court has seen in the exhibits the number of people who have been examined for DNA. There are some people whose DNA was extracted and comparisons were made, and there is a whole other group that are on those state exhibits where the DNA samples were taken. Holy shit. But were never developed into an extraction for comparison purposes. Also, names I think we all will know if they develop over the course of this case and how people are coming in, whether it's in the form of initials or if it's in the form of names or if they're putting these people they have listed on a stand, and it's very clear what their names are. We'll have discussion of what's fair game in closing argument. I will leave it at that. So she states right there that basically that the names of the alternate perpetrators were probably well known to everybody. That's interesting to me. Just saying. And then Bill stands up and says, what Miss Massoth just said is exactly what we're concerned about and why we ask the court direct. They make an appropriate proffer to justify whoever they want to claim is an alternative perpetrator. To take the position, if they develop during trial, defeats the entire purpose of the motion in limine and leaves it wide open and just subject to attack or ambush during the course of trial. We believe that is not appropriate. Of course they do. I did give a deadline for the alternate perpetrators to be identified and developed. Apart from whatever my ruling is, with regard to those 4 individuals, anyone else, it would have to be before anything is brought to the jury. and B, an extraordinary showing of good cause as to why it was not brought to the court's attention prior to then. I would have to look at all of the relevant factors, including prejudice at the point to the state for not having brought that forward in light of the deadline set by the court. I suppose during trial, if somebody confesses, that's a different situation. I'm not holding out hope or belief that that's going to happen. But you don't know because you never let it get to trial, damn it. But I suppose that you never know, and I want to be clear. I will issue a ruling, but I'm going to tell you that I don't find the defense has submitted anywhere near sufficient evidence to get beyond rank speculation that these individuals were in any way involved in this crime. And then redacted. But that is nowhere near tying them to the crime itself. So there must be some form of doubt right here, okay? Whatever this says, there's obvious reasons that they could be interesting as alternate perps, okay? And then he says, but that is nowhere near tying them to the crime itself. They did something to be able to be looked at that point, and that's what they redacted, okay? But that's nowhere near tying them to the crime itself. The reason I want to have this hearing and the reason I wanted it sealed is because I'm not inclined to allow counsel to go out and try to destroy reputations of people without any foundation to do so, before there's any suggestions to the jury that a specific named individual was involved in this case. I better hear about it first. Defense is entitled to cross-examine about the scope of the state's investigation and the thoroughness of the investigation and the reasonableness of the investigation. Certainly, questions may potentially come about why didn't you do this and why did you do that from the officers. Where we may get more tenuous is when we start getting into collateral information about individuals. I can understand that a claimed motive might be important as it relates to the reasonableness of the investigation. Provides examples, and I want to be careful that if it is offered at all, and then they've just blacked all that out right there, folks. Every bit of that, that's obviously important. And at the bottom, it says, that's Bicca Barlow down there speaking on that part. The judge says all this, which is ridiculous. Moving on, they blacked all the rest of this out. That's Hippler. This is Bicca Barlow. That's Hippler, Barlow, Hippler, and Barlow. And it's obviously important because it's gone. Hippler and Barlow the whole time. It's all gone, folks. Every bit of, look at this. Same thing. Hippler and Barlow back and forth. Every bit of it's redacted. That's disgusting. That's the stuff that we need to know.
Who's releasing this document?
It came through Latah County, where the rest of the docs came from. Every bit of this, you guys, look at this.
Well, then who at Latah County is deciding that is redacted?
The judge gave it to the prosecution and the defense to decide what was redacted. I'm guessing that these may be names of people.
I don't care.
That's what they were saying.
What? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, there's nothing. There's no right. Like, you're a part of a murder investigation. Sorry, it happens all the time. You call witnesses. People are on stand. People were involved. People were there. They were. That stuff's not redacted. If there's witnesses who are not related to the crime, say it was a neighbor who gave a statement to police, right? And say I was the neighbor and I gave a statement to police, and they came to me and they were like, "Hey, we'd like you to come to trial." I could say no, thanks. You can use what I told you, but no, I'm not gonna help your investigation. I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable doing so. That in that sense, I wouldn't be included in that investigation. But if there's any kind of suspicion that I was involved in it, that and it can't just be because I live next door. And if these four alternate suspects were anywhere involved in it, they don't have a right to privacy. There's no reason for all this to be redacted, whether it's from Barlow or the judge or anyone else. Today we should be able to read that and because it's evidence, right? They're having their
90% of the reasons why the redactions were put in place was because they're so worried that specific people will be harassed via social media or whatever, mainstream, whoever, it doesn't matter. But that's what the biggest reason is for all this shit.
And here's my thing, right? You don't see people on social media harassing Brian's family per se, right? They didn't do anything wrong. You don't really see people going after them. I'm not necessarily harassing anyone around the case that hasn't done something like inappropriate or wrong, right? So it's like if you have nothing to hide and you want to find out who killed your friends and you happen to be suspects and you didn't do it, whether that's Jack, the ex-boyfriend, or Hunter, the brother, or Hunter, the other friend, or whoever it might be,
Right.
Your name can be on there. You're not going to be harassed if you didn't do anything and the evidence shows you didn't do anything. But if you did and your story doesn't add up, then people are going to call you out. And when you go walk down the street, people are going to say, "Why'd you wait 8 hours to call 911?" And they're going to say, why didn't you seem to care when you showed up to your brother's girlfriend's house and someone said he was dead and you didn't really have a reaction and you seem fine with your twin brother there's just no emotion to it. So it's like people are going to question you, deservingly so, unless we just get the truth, in which case
the problem I have with this whole thing is that they're not worried about the people that have already been put out per se to the world via news or Dateline or 2020 or whatever. Okay, that's fine. They can be harassed because their names are already out there, but because these people have not had their names previously released, they're worried about them being harassed. Well, like Legendary just said, that's a great statement too. If there is a concern about future harassment, then they need to prosecute when and if that happens. And besides that, there's no point in this. This is deceitful, like he said, and it's ridiculous. And I truly agree with that 100%. So
I agree. And there it is. If there is a concern about future harassment, then they need to prosecute. Yes. And that's the same thing. You saw it with, again, I don't like comparing the cases, but they have a lot of parallels. And you look at the Turtle Boy thing where he's this outgoing, like, again, do I agree with the way he carries himself and how he and some of the way how he talks sometimes and how he goes after people and no. Did he do a great job of questioning the case? Yes, he did. Now,
I think he's part of the reason why she was found innocent, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you look at it this way, it's like, okay, am I going to be harassing individuals who acted appropriately, were truthful and honest? No, absolutely not. Are we going to question people until the truth comes out? Yeah. And if questioning is harassing, then tough luck. So if all these redactions are, it's not going away. This isn't some kind of giant, hidden FBI, CIA file that no one can get to. It's not the Kennedy files. It's not the Epstein list. It's none of that. It's a murder. Just laid out there.
My biggest thing with this whole thing is if you don't want fucking people harassed, then tell the fucking truth and shut it down. End of story. That's it right there.
You think people are going to be packing up, going to Moscow, holding up picket signs and like you're going to be fine. No one's going to be harassing you. Like if you would have just called 911 and if your interview wouldn't have been so dumb and if you wouldn't have covered for killers, then you don't get harassment. And what's my harassment? Making up rumors about what they were doing while waiting 8 hours? It's like, all right, grown up. Like it's words. Like deal with it.
That's not even rumors. It's all factual information. They were screwing around all over social media, not sleeping like they lied about.
Right.
When there's dead people upstairs, like that they weren't worried about supposedly. So just shut the shit down, tell the truth, and then you don't have to worry about people being harassed. End of story.
Right. And it's like, all right, you point the finger. It's like, oh, crap. It's like, you know how many lives are going to be affected? It's like, yeah, like, ouch. Like either one Brian goes down and then a whole group of people gets to go on with their lives. I get that side of things. There's a bunch of people involved. A bunch of people's lives are going to be negatively impacted if Brian Kohlberger is released and set free for being innocent. And people will, I mean, you're talking about cops and presidents of universities and local law enforcement and kids, children, right? You're talking about probably like young 20-year-old murderers, right? Is probably the best guess, or if we're, just kind of guessing, percentage wise, like it's probably someone in their age range, right? To kill, you typically kill in your age range. So if we're going off based on that, like a lot of families are going to be like torn apart because of this. Bunches of skeletons are going to come out of the closet. That absolutely sucks. I don't wish that upon people. It's terrible to imagine like communities, right? That this Moscow community being broken up, families being broken up. It's gonna suck, right? Uh, but we do have to deal with it, right? Because it's unfortunately not fair for Brian to take it because of mistakes or accidents or drug deals gone bad or bad cops or whatever the case is. It's not us being assholes. Um, we're nice people. We care about people. We put ourselves in Brian's shoes. We put our brother and sisters in these dead kids' shoes and say, what would I be doing if that was my sister? And that's how I view it. And if Kaylee and Maddie and Xana were my sister, I'm not sitting there saying Brian Kohlberger killed them. I'm not. I'd never sit there and say that. I wouldn't believe Payne. I wouldn't believe any of the bullshit. I'd be sitting there. The house wouldn't have been right. Like, hey guys, no, I want answers. Like, and I'm going to go on media, the national media, and I'm going to call out the Moscow police and say they did a shit job. That's honestly how I react. I'd be on this show with you doing the same thing. And if that is negative and if people can't get on board with that mindset, not only Idaho and Moscow is going to be heading in a bad direction, but you and your daily life are going to be heading in a bad direction if you're okay with that concept of one innocent man taking the bullet for a bunch of scumbags. If that's how you want to operate, move your ass to Moscow, Idaho, and just hang out there. Stay the hell away from me. That's not something I want to deal with.
Agreed. And it's just ridiculous. But and these poor perpetrators, folks, the way this is put out there is that, like I had read partially up through the top here, but there's more to it. They're basically I think the way it's stated is that they're already known, the four people, via MSM. So if they're already known, put their fucking names out there and stop playing games is all I'm saying. So moving forward, after they redacted 99% of this bullshit, Hitler says, I wanted to talk to you about the summons that went out to the jurors. As these things go, the TCA has received a call from a reporter that says, hey, I got this summons to show up on the 21st. Is this for this case? Well, of course, the TCA didn't tell them anything. Begs the question. Seems to me that we can save everybody a lot of headaches. And I know that in the Daybell case, I think that something similar happened. And the reporter reported on their experiences as a juror before they had even been excused as a potential juror. My suggestion is that if I see red flags like that, to let you know and see if you both would agree to taking them off the list. Save ourselves headaches down the line. That's not somebody who should be on our jury, and I wanted to bring that to your attention and see if there is any concern with the one that I am aware of, which is Ms. Romero, and having her taken off the jury list. Okay, whatever. That's all he can state after all that bullshit that was probably redacted. Of course, the state says no concerns, and of course, the council says Taylor says no concerns. Boom. Back to the rest of this. We're at 209. Hitler says discussion with council regarding demands from the media, kicking around a request to allow a still photographer. My thought is openings, closings, and verdict. There is some reasonable argument that getting still photos can be difficult. Does anyone have a problem with that? Thompson says, I think media should consider themselves fortunate. That said, the state does not have any objections. God, what an idiot. Any objection to what the court has just outlined, shares concerns regarding. So he's basically making it sound like the media should consider themselves fortunate that we're allowing them to do this. Piss off, dude. Hitler says they will not be permitted to photograph victims or jurors. Ann says, well, while we have witnesses who would not be classified as victims, they're vulnerable. Hitler says the photographers would not be here for any witness testimony, only for openings, closing, and the verdict. Taylor says, aside from that, I want to weigh in a little bit on media pooled camera. The media has access to the courtroom when we started, and the court could review some of the issues that were had. That's why the court's live streaming started. He says, I'm not going to go away from that. I'm not going to give a video camera controlled by the media. The video that comes out will be controlled by the court on the court's own channel. And basically they did that so that nobody would focus in on Brian like they did in the beginning and just stay on him through the whole thing, which was ridiculous. So, and then they took and said, look what he did. He sneezed. He picked his nose because he's a killer and blah, 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 all that dumb shit. But anyway. Taylor says one issue was still photography cameras are really good now. They could read my screen, which that's true. I remember seeing that. Expresses a confidentiality concern, and I would raise those concerns. Those things actually happened. I can tell, Hitler says, that they can't use or take any photographs that might show counsel's work. If I were to do it, that would be included in the things that they can't do. Taylor says, I like the sketch artists a lot. Once those photographs are captured, those get out and the court's ability to control that evaporates. He says, I could have them potentially seated so that they don't have that angle. It's a big courtroom. It would have to be a way that they don't have that angle. I will think about that and let you know. If I do allow it, it will be a way that is discreet in ensuring that no victims or jurors or attorney work product is shown. He says, then I want to talk to you about the schedule. Now, all of this other shit we don't need to know about this, okay? But they redacted everything about the alternate perpetrators. This is all scheduling shit here. Wait. Defense is fully up on a quick as I think pushing out is appropriate. This is all scheduling. In some ways, we are inventing it as we go. We should have some idea from the jury questionnaires whether they have had media exposure. Of course they did. One of the things that I would tell the panels is that I know that they have filled out the questionnaires, and some of you have indicated that you know something about the case. I'm going to ask you to not to talk about that right now. There will be a private session where, if necessary, we will talk to potential jurors in private. That way that they don't contaminate other jurors. The idea is that we will get through most of the typical jury questions in the panel format. If you want to go into death qualifications, you can. If you want to wait until they are individual, you can. For example, if they answer the question that they favor the death penalty, but could look at the case and the instructions of the court and decide it based on that, then there may be some room to explore that in front of everybody without a problem. In terms of a question regarding graphic evidence and somebody raises their hand and says that they have had an experience, but they don't feel comfortable talking about it, we can talk about that in private. After we get through these folks, most of whom, if there is a concern apart from the media thing that results in them being removed, we remove them and then we don't have to question them individually. We save time that way. Then we do the individual part. Ann says that makes sense to me. We can do regular bias, not media bias, and the feelings about death penalty. What are you going to want us to do for cause challenges while they're sitting in a jury box? He said if the basis comes up during the course of the panel selection for which you would like to move for cause, I may turn and say, does the state have any questions? And he might say, I agree. And then we probably are done. They may want to ask a question and see if that clarifies the answer. That is the problem that you raised. I would like you to make those objections while they are still here so that I can ask follow-up questions if I need to. And if you move to strike them for cause and I don't strike them, then we have to do an individual session. And more stuff comes up, and you can raise that motion to strike again based on the additional information. They will be here when you move to strike. That's pretty typical, and I do my best to insulate you from any hard feelings with respect to that. So, obviously, again, this is all about media, things like that. There's nothing in here of any consequence, of importance, in my opinion, other than jury selection, this and that. This pisses me off, too, because we could be in or at the end of a trial right now. Okay. It just bugs the shit out of me. That's all jury stuff. Jury, and how they were going to pick the jury and all that kind of stuff based on the jury questionnaire. They completely moved off of the alternate perpetrators at this point. Very sad. Let's see. That's jury stuff. And then they recessed. So that was it for that one, folks. Let's see. Down here. Defendant's reply to state's objection. Defendant's offer of proof re the alternate perpetrators in the defendant's evidence in support of offer of proof re the alternate perpetrator. It says defendant's evidence in... Oh, I always forget to blow this up for you guys. I'm sorry. Here we go. Defendant's evidence in support of offer of proof of alternate perpetrator filed on June 6th of 25. State's objection. Whether rooted directly in the due process clause of the 14th Amendment or in the compulsory process or confrontation clause of the 6th Amendment, the Constitution guarantees criminal defendants a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense. And then they give case law. The error excluding such evidence is reviewed de novo on appeal in more case law. Due process rules trump evidentiary rules when reserving its ruling on the state's motion in lemony, re the alternative perpetrator evidence. The court stated the defendant cannot merely show another person could have committed the crime. Rather, there must be evidence, direct or circumstantial, linking the third person to the actual perpetration of the crime. I can't imagine that Ian Taylor would bring forth a person or persons as an alternate perpetrator without having some proof of something linking them to the crime. That makes no sense to me, and it doesn't... I just... that irritates the shit out of me. Anyway. Where the hell was I at? Sorry. Again, it gives case law here. Clifford S. Fishman and Toomey, McKenna Jones, or evidence at 1338, blah, blah, blah. See oral rulings on the motions in lemony on April 18th to 25. The state has listed blank, blank, blank as trial witnesses. Now, so this is where this gets stupid. These are the perpetrators, okay? The alternate perps, in my opinion, I believe, as trial witnesses. The state has also disclosed and labeled exhibits that it intends to use at trial, which includes the names or actual video of these witnesses. These exhibits include blank, blank, each of these alternate perpetrators identified by defendant and listed as witnesses by the state are more closely tied in knowledge, opportunity, and possible motive to the crime than Mr. Koberger. All four of the alternate perpetrators are linked circumstantially or directly to the crime. Moreover, given Mr. Koberger's expert disclosure that more than one person committed the crimes, other evidence supports the defense theory that Mr. Koberger is not the person and the crimes were committed by more than one person. Ding, ding, dong. Defendant's offer of proof in part arises from the state's motion in lemony, re the alternative perpetrator evidence filed on February 21st to 25. On page 2 of that motion, The state argued in this case during the course of the investigation, literally thousands of tips regarding possible perpetrators were received by law enforcement. With the exception of information regarding the defendant, none of these tips were substantiated. While it is true that there are thousands of tips, somewhere in the range of 45,000 to 75,000 tips. Jesus. Hey, Krista. And they continue daily. The state has chosen to present evidence of investigations into the specific named individuals and the conclusion that the state has rolled out these possible perpetrators. 1 second, guys. All right. The state's purported diligence in ruling out possible perpetrators, especially those with close connections to the victims, is an issue that state is putting front and center at trial in its own case in chief. And that down there, footnote number 1 says the court cannot consider or weigh the strength of the state's conclusion that a suspect has been cleared in deciding if the defendant's evidence is admissible. Again, case law. But could still be refuted by third-party perpetrator evidence of a person in the neighborhood. It was reversible error to exclude it. Interesting. So back to where I was. Hold on here a minute. Mr. Koberger has the right to confront this evidence. Well, they didn't give him that. The state argues that the evidence submitted in the offer of proof is inadmissible, as explained above. Much of it the state seeks to admit in its case in chief. More importantly, in Chambers versus Mississippi, the United States Supreme Court held that a defendant's constitutional rights to a fair trial and to present a defense sometimes require admission of evidence of third-person culpability, even in the face of evidence rules that would exclude it. So, where was I? Presents a defense sometimes require admission of third party. Hearsay may be admissible in such cases because the 6th and 14th Amendment rights to due process, to confront and cross-examine witnesses, and to call witnesses is never precluded. Again, case law. Fairness and trustworthiness of the evidence are important. Mr. Koberger's proffer includes details that allow this court to see that there is trustworthiness to his basis for naming 4 alternate perpetrators. Well, they sure as hell didn't allow for that. Yeah, I did the interview first, Krista. The police reports and tips submitted as exhibits in the offer of proof are documents that provide basis to show a link to the case that is more than speculation and grounds that explain the subject of cross-examination or direct examination of witnesses. While the tips themselves may be inadmissible, they are evidence that this court must consider in determining if there is a link and more than mere speculation. When evaluating alternate perpetrator evidence for case link or nexus, some courts demonstrate a willingness to admit purely circumstantial evidence that a third party committed the crime, more case law. Some courts hold that even when the state's evidence is purely circumstantial, the third party culpability must clearly point to a specific third party, i.e., some act connecting the alternate suspect to the crime, more case law. The Ninth Circuit noted that the evidence at Jones' murder trial was primarily circumstantial in nature and concluded that the state trial judge erred in excluding Jones' circumstantial evidence that an alternate suspect committed the crime. Whether direct or circumstantial, all of the alternate perpetrator evidence proffered by Mr. Koberger has both specificity of person and connection to the crime. With respect to John, Jimmy, Joe, Steve, Amy, blah, 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 whoever that is, That is not a thorough investigation. That is not suspect elimination, as the state argues. Mr. Koberger did not produce these suspects. The state did, and in some instances, continued to investigate them or simply stop their investigation, ignoring evidence that there was more than one perpetrator. Prosecutor Bill Thompson said that he could not rule out two perpetrators from the very beginning. And there's a link there for that, for the interview, I'm guessing. Looking one suspect, Idaho College, blah, 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 blah. Mr. Koberger's offer of proof was not an exhaustive list of all the evidence disclosed in this case that points to the four alternate perpetrators. In fact, the state's opposition disclosed blankety blank blank, blank blank, blankety blue by listing these alternative perpetrator names on their witness list and by listing various exhibits on their exhibit list, which pertain to these individuals. The state has opened the door for Mr. Koberger to confront this evidence and cross-examine state witnesses. I wish to God we could get the witness list. That'd be interesting. And by listing various exhibits on their exhibit list which pertain to these individuals, the state has opened the door. I already read that, sorry. This evidence and cross-examined state witnesses. Mr. Koberger suspects that the state has listed the four alternate suspects as a ruse to make it look as if they will put the four males. Okay. Well, we know that there's four males, okay, on the stand to deny their involvement. That's interesting. There's not a female there. Four males. To deny their involvement, these witnesses must be confronted, and therefore, if the state seeks not to call them to the stand, but instead uses lab reports to portray elimination, the door is open to confront that evidence, and Mr. Koberger should be allowed to call the alternates, perpetrators, and other witnesses to show their connection to the crime. How each piece of evidence becomes admissible at trial depends on how the state opposite. Triggering Mr. Koberger's right to confront such evidence, Mr. Koberger must be allowed to develop this evidence, and the ruling excluded or limiting this area of inquiry at this point would be premature. The United States Supreme Court ruling in Chambers allows for redacted, but the admission of the evidence. The state argues at a minimum to this confrontation in its objection. The court should allow Mr. Koberger to present alternate perpetrator evidence. So we now know that there's four males, okay, that are whoever the alternate perps are. And I'm going to guarantee you, I bet you that DNA would match up too. I'm curious now. I'd love to see the witness list. Truly love to see the witness list. And they've been put out on MSM, folks. That's real interesting. Very interesting. The state still has four possible male perps under investigation at June of 25. This is ridiculous. Ask the question. What would you like to stop investigating the two perps he says was significant? Because they got their guy. What's up, bud?
You remember reading some document how there was like a owner, like one of the license plates belonged to like a sports team or something. Do you remember reading that?
I remember hearing it, but I didn't read anything on it. I do know what you're talking about. I just never got any more details than that.
Okay.
Very interesting, but I will be looking into that again. And now I have a very high curiosity for who these other four guys are, who they were going to be as far as the state's witness list, and so on and so forth. So, but I'm going to tell you right now, folks, because we've been here 4.5 hours. I think I've drugged you guys through this enough. I'm going to come back in the morning, and it's going to be morning tomorrow when I do this and finish these new docs up. I want to thank Dylan for joining me and Eddie for joining me tonight. Take what we've talked about, break it down, think about the interview with Miss Funk. Let's see. Is this the four where one of the guys refused to give DNA? I'm not sure, Christine, 100%, but I'm not. It's interesting.
I have to imagine.
I would think so. Yeah.
I mean that who else is that, right? Like, and
Yeah.
there's a portion of me, Dago, that believes that the investigators and the Moscow police were trying to throw us for a loop when they were saying brothers.
Mm. Oh, gotcha. The four brothers, right?
I don't necessarily mean brothers. Brothers.
I know what you're saying. Frat
I
brothers.
th- I think they're referring to them as frat brothers, right?
Yeah, it could make sense.
I don't think they're referring to them as four biological brothers per se. I think they're referring to it as brothers, as in frat brothers, and they're leaving that word out, not to just for this. So we think, oh, it couldn't have been the four brothers, right? I don't know. Is there four brothers? Do we know of four like brothers?
We've all been kind of bouncing that around, but yeah, it's
I think that would make it more sense because it's not, then they're not lying about it. They're saying, "Oh no, we're referring to the four frat brothers. We just forgot to put frat in there." That could be something.
right. What name? Oh, Boise, not
Jesse,
Boise.
can you hang with us more? We have football all day, Jesse. When are we doing a college football pick 'em? Me and Jesse got to pick some college. We got to pick some games. Jesse's been hot. Um,
Jesse, you need to make my team do better. Do
who,
something.
who are you going for?
I'm a Bama fan, bro.
Oh, geez, Dago in the dumps.
That was
Dago's in the dumps.
very rough.
Dago's in the dumps. Better than Idaho was on the day before everyone got murdered, though. Idaho got smacked the day before.
Yep. Very true. Very true.
Low tide, he said. He said low tide.
Easy now, legendary. Easy.
Oh, Dagger, you got to get out of here before they kill you.
Easy. Oh, I got some other Bama fans in here too, but you know, it is what it is. That was our first game. Hopefully, that doesn't mean shit. We'll see. But anyway, thank you for joining me, bro. I appreciate your input, your thoughts, your feelings, and just in general, I appreciate you.
Peace out.
Have a great night, brother. I'll see you soon.
Later.
And yes, Jesse, you can definitely join us tomorrow. Hopefully Eddie will as well. And anybody else that would like to, you're always welcome to join us for your thoughts, feelings, opinions on what we're talking about here, guys. Crazy situation, crazy case. Doesn't get any better ever. It's always insane day after day after day after day. And yes, you do, Lucy. Stop saying that. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you to my mods for being here and helping in every way that you do. You guys are absolutely amazing. I couldn't do this without you. I want to thank anybody that chose to support the channel by donating or tipping us in whatever fashion you chose. If you did, it's never expected, folks, by any means whatsoever. But it's always so very much appreciated, and it helps keep me going day after day after day and paying them bills. Thank you so much for that, guys. I will see you here sometime in the morning. So make sure you get up, grab your coffee, and come on over to the cafe so that we can finish up this stuff. I will see you guys very soon. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. I will see you very soon. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye, y'all.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, slipping scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Lugs clink with the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.